Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Fuck the minds if the wise like despise others life. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing.
There's something in the air. It's not just an illusion. And there's a turning. A rumor has it she's a human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave them in flame. She's out of touch, so rough and so hard to tame. You know that later she play it ice cold. Ice cold. ice cold.
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose. We're on fire. We're on fire. Loving every minute, every day, every hour. Get this party going, yeah, we turning it louder. We got that energy, yeah, we got the power. You can't hide it. You can't hide it. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher, We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher, Now are you ready for them good times to roll? Let's take it higher, yeah, just let it all go. We count it off, you feel it deep in your soul. Get excited, you can't hide it. I just can't get enough, no, no, no. The rhythms in my body. I just can't get enough, no, no, no. The rhythms in my body. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We rolling, rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, we rolling, hey, hey. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, higher. We're rising up, yeah, we're taking it up, yeah. Take it higher, Get 'em down, everybody, come and clap your hands. Feel the groove, everybody, get up and dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let it go, feel it down in your soul. 1, 2, 3, go. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, clap it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. Because we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we can't stop now. Feel the vibe, everybody swing side to side. Party on, tell your mama you'll be home at dawn. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fly like a feather, whatever the weather coming around. Can't beat this feeling when you hear that sound. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout.
might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high.
Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away, no running. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo.
Heading into the penultimate play day of the Oceanic Challenger League Stage 1. We're hyped, we're ready to go. It's me and Cthulhu back on the mics again. And look, my friend, there are some big matches tonight. How excited are we?
Look, absolutely excited. We already have one of the teams basically locked in for the first place, that is Kraken, but the rest of the leaderboard is still yet to be sorted and locked in.
There are a number of people that are looking to pick up some big wins alongside their teams, of course, tonight. I mean, look, it's been a week. It feels like it's been so much more, and we're coming back into it, and we are getting that much closer to the end of the stage. I mean, there's OCS, there's promotions on the horizon. This isn't even the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, with all of this coming up very close, I mean, all the final results are going to be very tight, even with the sheer amount of rounds played out. Each and every team would want to, drop that round differential even further. I mean, we still have our 5th and 6th place on the leaderboard that is on the tiebreakers. We have a number of spots that still are very much far from being decided, and I think it's only going to be up to the conclusion of day 7 when we'll have the final conclusion of it all.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting, but let's see where we find ourselves coming into week 6, of course, and how things were left off last week. Well, the numbers speak for themselves, and Cthulhu, we figured this out. Unfortunately, our math wasn't 100% correct. There is still a possibility for Kraken to miss out on that promotion spot, but it is, in fact, determined by tonight's match. Given the win that Vodafone Warriors picked up last week, it put them within 2 wins of taking down Kraken. Obviously, Kraken need to lose to them tonight for it to be a possibility, and then obviously Kraken as well have to lose next week. But if the Warriors can pick up the win here, they keep that playoff stream alive.
Absolutely, yeah. Still a very small chance here, but overall, I gotta say, I'm still very much confused. Well, not confused, more so surprised, just the way how the actual leaderboard unraveled itself. But gotta say, a valiant effort so far from Warriors, who have quite pleasantly actually surprised me.
Yeah, they've been doing absolutely massive stuff, but it's our matches tonight that are going to be the most interesting, of course. Playday 6. And like we said, this matchup could be a big one. Match 1, though, it's Altered Zelios versus Circular Spheres. Match 2, that is going to be match of the evening quite easily. Kraken Esports taking on Vodafone Warriors to see if the Vodafone Warriors can keep the dream alive. Match 3, 1620 Kings will take on LFWO. And to close it out, Antic R6 taking on Dynasty. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I am actually quite excited about the Antic versus Dynasty. That could be a pretty close matchup, given that Antic on the recent performances have been actually seeing a lot of really good results. And apart from that, I think the Altered Zelios versus Circular Spheres could be actually a really good one. Altered Zelios is kind of a team that, yeah, whilst unfortunately they are kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, well, closer to the bottom of the leaderboard, they have been able to show some really good bursts of performances, and especially against a team like Circular Spheres that have been also kind of, jiggling a few of the players around, waiting for Physics to join their roster. I think we just might be seeing a really good showcase from that roster as well.
Well, why waste any time, Cthulhu? We are going to be jumping into first matches, but your initial thoughts? I mean, yes, you talked about it. Physics now coming of age. He is going to be playing tonight, I do believe, with this roster. And, I mean, Circular Spheres has been a reasonably strong team in and of its own right. Do you think this new addition of Physics is going to amplify that even more?
Honestly, I think we might be seeing a few hiccups here and there, purely for the fact that this is kind of, the first debut of Physics in OCL, and, there's a certain pressure, certain expectations could possibly not be met. But in the same vein, I reckon his kind of fresh new approach to this game, to this league, and to roster itself could really amplify certain playstyles. Namely, I would say just the aggression of Circular Spheres could be absolutely, well, almost doubled, I reckon.
Yeah, look, but the big thing is he's not the only one in the roster. Let's take it at the 10 players that will be jumping into the server tonight for both these teams. Altered Zelios and Circular Spheres looking to come into a big day today. I mean, Altered Zelios has been looking quite good. We've been very impressed with the way they've been playing the game recently, and Circular Spheres, much the same vein, although they find themselves in different points on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Look, certainly has been a very much of a bumpy road. I mean, you look at the Altadelia 7th place team with 5 points, only had one decisive win, and boy oh boy were they able to perform. I mean, Rice has been a big performer in the past few days, and the rest of the roster, including Goonbag as well, has been pushing it to the absolute limit. Now, on the side of Circular Spheres, it's been very much of a kind of a decent performance, but also we could see those very big struggles in how could they, perform, how could they push themselves, and how could they, well, basically just improve their performance and communication.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were there last week. They had to get an emergency standard. Apparently, Goonbag's having some minor internet issues at the moment, so there is a chance. I believe it was down for maintenance for him at the moment, earlier today, rather. So there is a chance potentially he's not going to be here. But I think that the odds are looking good that it will be the full-fledged Alta Zelios roster. But on the other side of the coin, Circular Spheres, there's the man of the hour, Japer, the man in charge of the team. He's going to be looking to do his best to keep them grounded in this matchup, given, bringing a new player is often a bit of a process.
Oh yeah, it's 110% a huge process. But in kind of similar way, Circular Spheres have managed to show us that, like, when you have just a good amount of chemistry between your players, that's all you technically really need with just at least in the fragging department. The way how they've done it, the way how they've conducted themselves has been absolutely phenomenal, and I gotta say, I am very much keen to see what they can bring now with basically the intended roster.
Crimstar's on your screen at the moment, one of the newest injections into the OCL this year. He's come out of the Uni League, he's done quite well for himself, and now he's looking to go that one step further. And I mean, he's had a spectacular couple of matches, Cthulhu. Crimstar,
oh yeah,
and a number of the opportunities where he's been given that chance to shine has absolutely shone.
Oh yeah, Crimstar has been a very dangerous unit to play against, and certainly somebody that shouldn't be really underestimated in his ability to swing, to change the momentum of the play. But so is basically the whole of Circular Spheres roster. I mean, Jordy has been able to have some absolutely phenomenal performances. Japer as well. He was a big highlight on a number of cases, really. And the fact that he is playing tonight does certainly kind of move the chances of CS winning just a little bit more. But again, kind of on the side of AZ is just the sheer amount of inconsistencies in their performance versus a somewhat renewed roster of Circular Spheres, and it's kind of a question who gets to kind of make less mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting seeing, they pulled in there, like, what, third string, fourth string sub KT into play with them last week on Wednesday. This week, they're probably not going to have the same issues, but, I mean, they've been a team that has, again, gone from strength to strength. They're looking good coming to this matchup. And, well, look, let's get onto the map, Vitos, and see where they're going to be taking to battle, of course. We've seen a number of interesting maps so far in the Oceanic Challenger Leagues, but it looks like we're going back to basics. Circular Spheres did have the option of theme park, though, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I don't think theme park would be a good idea right now for them. I mean, we've seen it over the span of multiple different regions as well, namely in SCA, that unless you basically main theme park in the current state of meta, it is very difficult to outperform. And obviously double LMG meta with the Finca and Zofia has been quite prevalent as well, meaning fragging power has been very much delegated to the LMG wielders, whereas the rest of the roster kind of supposed to more so play for the utility. So I wouldn't say that either of those rosters will be ready to, main the theme park. But Clubhouse, look, it's certainly one of those maps that obviously everyone and their mom at this point really played out to the absolute just perfection and to all of the strats. So not surprised that we get to see that very match and this very map. And look, for Circular Spheres, given the fact that they were actually the only team that gave quite a run for Kraken's money, making it a 4-7 loss for themselves, they want to just, get back to their comfort zone. They want to ensure that this is just a clean performance from on a familiar map.
And as we fly on through the German clubhouse, we look to get things underway here. It's been an interesting run of, you know, clubhouse appearances that we've seen so far. It's all been pretty stock standard. We're not seeing anything crazy out of the ordinary, but that seems to be as you would expect on a map like this. Operator bans, though, we look to kick it off. I mean, do you reckon there's any chance we see the likes of the Finker ban come through, given how prevalent it has been for both teams?
It may come around, but I think it will be more so from Circular Spheres rather than Ultra Zelius. I'm assuming it is going to be more so of like a Thatcher or Flores ban to come about. And yeah, certainly there it is. Circular Spheres will be the ones to ban it all out. Ultra Zelius, look, they get a choice. They can either ban out somebody like a Maverick, somebody like a Hibana, or maybe it's just going to be Flores to get rid of. I don't think Finker will be banned out, and yeah, there it is, the Maverick, the absolute unit on this very map, will be gone and out. So this does make things a whole lot more difficult because Cade now ban is kind of more so in play, pretty much read like a script, because usually, yeah, whenever you see a Maverick ban, it kind of being followed by Cade ban in tandem, purely for the fact that if you ban out Maverick but leave Cade around, it makes it borderline impossible to get any sort of consistent breaches, because no longer you have Thatcher. Yes, theoretically you have Flores, but if you chuck the Cade charges up on the roof, well, good luck reaching them with that explosion radius, unless Flores is getting sometime a buff, but I don't see that coming anytime soon. Valkyrie, kind of to finish it all up, look, again, understandable. She's a very flexible, very solid operator. C4 MPX, that is a laser beam, but kind of just a pea shooter when it comes down to body shots. Apart from that, look, yeah, very standardized bans, but very much understandable why they are being brought out here for Clubhouse, as we're already seeing quite a rather formidable roundup of operators for Ultra Zelius' attack.
Gym bedroom on the cards first. I mean, they're going tertiary, trying to get themselves some breathing room. And we are going to see, sort of as you'd expect, with the mirror in play, they are going to look to utilize that, especially given that, I mean, Jacuzzi Wall is kind of freelow at the moment, given, you know, K being banned out, Maverick being banned out. It is going to be just down to the mute or the bandit, which, I mean, that's pretty easy to deal with at the end of the day. On the cards, though, Ultra Zelius, they start on the attack. They've got some familiar and comfortable picks available to them.
Yeah, comfortable picks certainly going to be a big talking point. I mean, namely, even for Japer as well. We didn't really get to touch up yet on the whole pick of Mira as well, given how impactful she could be here, especially on a gym bedroom in the showers. He could be absolutely a menace to deal with, albeit with all the recent mechanics changes and introduction that you can literally just punch out the window for it to be no more usable. It will certainly make things a little bit easier. I do love the idea, though, that Ultra Zelius is actually completely stuck with the lineup that they have brought out, and Goombag running the absolute utility powerhouse that is Zero. Again, I'm a sucker for this. So whenever I'm a simple man, I see a Gone 6 secondary hard breach 0, I like it.
It's also the triple secondary hard breach setup that we're seeing. There's no dedicated hard breach on this roster.
True.
I think they understand the setup that they're being presented with. There is the player top red, and the drones are going to be good to provide that information. Goof trying to hold on. He's going to try and rotate himself out of cash. He's going to get the timing very cleanly. But he's got to be careful, especially when he's contesting such a tight angle like that. Luckily, Geordie on the job will find one back. So, Alibi for an Iana. That's a pretty solid trade for Circular Spheres.
I mean, both of the operators could have been rather impactful. I mean, on the side of Alibi, you still have the impact grenades and you still have that phenomenal gun that is the MX4. So understandably so, with that out of the way, it will be making things a whole lot better. Crimstar, though, getting the better of Goonbag. Now, that is a really big problem, given that's not a whole lot of Argus cameras have been positioned either for any sort of flank watch, and neither did the... Oh, that's a C4. That could be a problem. Jordy could do a lot of damage. In comes the play. Oh, Snip only gets the damage there from it all. But apart from that, Circular Sphere has actually done a pretty solid job at just holding off that onslaught and just sacrificing only a singular alibi.
He's just about to make his debut into the competition, but it's Crimstar on the job, locking it down. Physics falls, unfortunately. Banana with that big LMG in hand is just a bit too much to deal with. He finds Japer, keeps his teammate in it, but he had the stim there, Cthulhu. He had 3 in pocket. If he'd popped it, that round may have gone just a little bit longer. Bit of a mistake in round 1 from AZ.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a misplay. Maybe the communication wasn't there. Who knows? But yeah, look, I gotta say, Circular Sphere's done a pretty decent job, but so did Altazelis. I'm quite a fan of the setup that they have brought out. It's something that have been kind of mentioned a couple times and have been kind of, you know, toyed around as a theory, but as the actual on practice kind of thing, well, we did not get to really witness it in full swing, at least within OCL to my memory, minus one rare occurrence. So, in saying that, look, Altazelia still have a solid possibility. Banana is still looking rather clean on his performance, meaning that, well, at least we have one big fragger between... Well, actually make it to him and Trippin could really do a whole great work, but the Ying pick, Panda, didn't particularly work out a whole lot. It didn't even manage to even make it to the actual site to use the Candela charges, which kind of nullified the actual usefulness of that operator.
Yeah, unfortunately just not having the intended effect on the round. But I mean, the signs were good. The start of the round was good. They made some good inroads into the map. They cleared up the player holding cash. The initial steps into round one were good for Zelios. It was just they kept forcing it. And obviously, Crimstar picking up the 2 kills that he did with the help of Geordie, finding his own 2. It always just seemed to come apart a little bit, but I mean, that's how it often goes in round one. It's a little bit less structured, a little bit more chaotic.
Indeed. The round one performance, as we end up calling it the round one jitters, should very much soon subside. And slight change of things around Geordie introducing the Thunderbird. As that operator, we haven't really gotten to talk a whole great deal, but her kind of utility, especially with all of the changes recently, has been starting to creep back into the meta. I mean, it is still technically a niche pick to bring her over, but the Spear 308 has been a very stable gun. Yes, it does have quite a rather slow rate of fire compared to a number of guns, but the damage output is still very stable. You still have the Bearing 9, you still have the C4, so a very versatile loadout, plus the ability to heal is great. Snip, though, gets a trade onto Crimstar after Banana does go down, so once again, no boosts at all will be coming around, meaning, well, Altazelis might have to be a little bit more conservative with the way how they swing.
Japer, he's not going to follow that advice, however, though. He's looking to get a bit aggressive. So, despite... Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be punished for it as well. Well and truly isolated, well and truly identified as well. But, I mean, they lose Banana in the remainder of the round, which... That's no nano boost. But the Thunderbird is still in play, and those Kona stations are down. So, even if Geordie was dead, there's still that longevity. Oh no!
Well, you have the thunder. Yeah, you have you lost the LMG, you lost the frag grenades, you lost the boost. So quite a big loadout gone. Yeah, it looks like we might be actually seeing a really nice push. But oh, that's not particularly ideal.
This looks like it's going to be a hot drop.
This might be. But Geordie is already taking quite some damage.
Yeah, this is going to be a hot drop. Snip and Goon ready to go. They're going to drop straight on in. And, well, they're in the side. It's Geordie to find Trip. And, unfortunately, it's traded back immediately by Goon. This is not at all how we expected things to go. And Snip is going to be on the plant. One player upstairs, one over towards Church. Goofed and Physics have to clutch up. The Nitro Deep is going to be good on to Snip. That's a huge kill. Nitro onto the ash wall as well. Bit of a deterrent. The swing from Goon is shut down as it's traded back. But unfortunately, the hole he opened is his own death sentence. Rice says, thank you for the opening. Thank you for the frag. Thank you for the round.
Well. I mean, that's one way to kick things off the Clubhouse Fiesta, supposed by Altazelis, and they finally managing to really make it work. Does allow them to keep up this very nice stable scoreline between themselves and Circular Spheres. And aside of Circular Spheres, though, they had a decent idea. I don't think they were per se expecting this kind of a hot breach, and usually, generally speaking, nobody really does that quite frequently.
It is also kind of a slow hot breach.
It was a slow hot breach as well, and you could see the panic, especially from Goof, to come around, because he had the opportunity to just flat out send it to the kitchen, but obviously not fully knowing whether there is an actual cover on the doorway will force them to just rotate through the main stairs. So a number of things could have gone really badly there for Altazelis, but for them, well, they'll be thanking all their lucky stars that nobody decided to flag them through the hash, because that would have been just an absolute atrocity.
I'm really liking the aggression that the Circular Spheres are bringing to the table. I mean, round upon round, the two we've seen anyway, Crimstar has looked to get a bit aggressive up into the faces of Ultra Zelius. Japer also tried. Unfortunately, it was far less successful given Trippin just hunted him down and executed him. But here in the third, we are going to see Trippin back up towards Logi. Maybe not necessarily aggression, but potentially some rat plays.
Oh yeah, rat plays could be absolutely huge here. If those will be allowed, though, that is. Because we know how sometimes Ultrazillions could get rather thorough if they do elect to do so. And that's something that they've been very vocal about, even on Twitter. If they decide to lose a round, they will lose a round. If they decide to win a round, they will win a round. It seems like, though, so far, Goonbag has elected to die this round off that swing. Trippin, though, at least is able to get another cheeky refrag. But in saying that, Japer could find his own frag here, albeit just about to be droned out yet again, meaning that, well, the Alibi might just end up being spotted, or... Yes, it does. Okay, cool.
But that's 2 rounds in a row now where Crimstar has gone for either a spawn peek or a run out and been successful. This time round, you'd argue about as successful as you could get in this round without killing Banana. Goonbag off the board, so no Hibana. That presents a problem given that you have to place those secondary hard breach gadgets on the hatch. You have to get up nice, close and personal. And with 3 Nitros in play and Japer taking down Trippin, all of a sudden you've lost that vertical threat into the kitchen and exposed yourself to a world of potential hurt.
Absolutely. With only Snip now actually having the utility to get the breaches done, this could be big. But yeah, Banana is in fact in and ready to roll, but he is only all solo dolo there, so might just be there to just try to wreak as much havoc as possible because, oh, the C4 starts flying in. Detonates, no, doesn't connect, neither are the shots from Banana. What are you hitting there, mate? Finally does conclude it all. Right Face gets one. Can Banana finds his second, though? That is a big question because there's some more push incoming. No boost. Finally, there is one. And as it stands, well, the plant has gone down.
Snip does fine, Goose sneaking up, and Banana will be dropped thanks to the SMG-11 of physics, but it's not a kill confirmed. Needs more information, too many angles for him to cover, and I think Snip is... I don't know if he's lagging or what's going on, but Rise falls. Yeah, I think Snip was lagging there. Banana gets the revive, but he's been spotted. Physics on his debut for a triple will also get the defuse. I don't know what the hell happened there, but unfortunately for Ultrazelios, it does not go their way.
Yeah, I believe poor Snip just lost his whole connection there, which is rather unfortunate. Not the kind of result that one would have wanted to see, and yeah, that's just... Unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Second round and second point to go into the hands of Circular Spheres as, yeah, there we go. Snip does disconnect. But this does give us a bit of a moment, a bit of a buffer in time to, you know, talk about what has been happening. Given the, you know, the circumstances and... Oh, okay. Snip is actually still all good, so it's just probably just the actual game just crashes, yeah. But... Look, I mean, Ultrazelius, it's kind of phenomenal that Banana was able to make it into the site.
Why is Goonbag playing shirtless right now?
Well, gotta keep up with the ventilation. You know, when you're pulling off some mad plays, you gotta, you know, keep yourself all
also
all
confused
cool.
as to why his camera is on a on a 45 degree. Where are they going? They're all just heading off. They've got other things. Oh. Okay, it's not a Jack Daddy moment. We're safe for the moment, Cthulhu. They're narrowly avoiding danger.
Yeah, just how narrowly I escape going deaf every time you try to French kiss a microphone, Panda. But
proximity is key.
Proximity is key, absolutely. But look, there's a bit of a concern coming from the AZ side, and Trippin is honestly quite as well frustrated by the result of it all, because they had, you know, the player advantages just ended up being all kind of one by one, and with the fact that Snip crashed as well, things didn't really help either. So look, props though to physics. That was a good positioning, just kept on, you know, re-peeking around the area, knew exactly how to play that very position. And the SMG-11, I mean, that's a gun that you would want to have in a clutch situation, just as long as you kind of manage your ammo count quite well.
Indeed. And Well, it looks like we're back in it, but I mean, that's a rough round to be losing if we're being honest with ourselves, Cthulhu.
Absolutely.
Ultra Delios, they were in. They were by every right. That should have been their round, but unfortunately, when Snip disconnects and he's not able to cover the way he should have. I mean, it was a series of very near events that could have resulted in that Ultra Delios win that just did not go their way.
Absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was kind of the end of that whole run in the round 3 for AZ. But again, look, still plenty of time to really make things turn around in their favor. 2-1 scoreline. We're back onto Jim Bedroom now. Last time it did go, I believe, in the hands of Circular Spheres, but it was off the back of a number of really good plays, namely from I believe it was Crimstar and Japer doing quite a few good things. Physics as well now. Well, tying and leading the kills with Crimstar as well, albeit two different sides of the spectrum. Crimstar is just 4-2 off the back of the opening frags. Physics is off the back of the, well, finishing frags. And still though, well done, Snip.
Rush and Banana are having a bit of fun. The smoke is, I think, meant to go inside, if I'm correct, am I not?
I think now Snip changed the round to smokes and then forgot they actually changed things around from the secondary hard breach, which doesn't really make things any easier, but thankfully for them, nobody is actually in the garage. That's a double on the drones for Physics, and he could find a nice jiggle around, and yeah, Banana gets down and finished off by Jordy's C4. That is a really well-coordinated play and push to shove the attacker away, and just like that, full fallback back to the Logi and the actual site, as they do forfeit the cache and the construction room very rapidly. Now, in comes the question, well, they've traded out Goofed once again for Banana. Again, no frags, no boosts, no LMG. Is the approach going to be just straight through the windows onto the side, or are we going to see actual, pressure put onto the Logi? Because Logi could be, actually, as a matter of fact, not could be, it will be a key position to take over.
It needs to be. There's no way they let JPEG hold on to that position. Because if they do, they're going to be in a world of trouble. So they need to clear him out if possible. The Nitro, though, to the door. It's going to be explosive trade and utility deep, and it's good. Snip removed. No more Candela. Snip is having a rough run of it today, unfortunately. We head into the final minute at 3-3. Both teams having lost some key tools.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Absolutely. Oh, Japer, Physics, and Jordy still alive. All of them have been performing quite well overall, so they should have all of the weapons, all the loadouts in their favor now. General question being is, well, how well will Jordy be able to play around the ground floor? Because he's yet to be found by Rice, who is running a suppressed ARX. So in a direct gunfight, I think it's still the MP5K that will be winning out, but instead it's going to be SMG-11. Rice completely clueless. The swing might just come around, but no, Jordy decides to actually completely fall back, revealing his position, which was, unfortunately, not particularly the best way. And no, Rice, that's not how you go about it, buddy.
Oh, dear. Turpin just jumps into his death, and that Japer finishing things off. Goonbags into the site, but he's going to be flanked by Japer again. Ultra Delios, they find some good traction into the round, then all of a sudden it just starts to crumble and they lose momentum. And from there, it just spirals wildly out of control. Something needs to change. They are unfortunately just dropping these rounds.
Absolutely. Look, I think there's a number of things, including just generally speaking, just AZ trying to play for those kind of solo plays, and understandable the fact that they are playing for the funnies and for all the ha-has and just for the fun. But unfortunately for them, they are playing against a team that at least has a good chemistry between each other, and they know each other's roles. So for Ultra Delios to kind of keep on walking around all willy-nilly in solo, not particularly the best case scenario, especially in the case of Rice, who unfortunately just thought that he wouldn't, he heard that somebody fallen back and decided to not actually go and check, at least even with his a replicator. So there's a number of unfortunate misplays, but also as well, during the previous round, the timer was starting to get a little bit closer to running out, so understandably so that the man decided to try to full send it through the staircase. Unfortunately, just things didn't really work out. Now going into this very site,
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
blow up of one of the mirror windows, as I'm assuming that is going to be, yeah, for the spawn peak plus the impact denial. Yeah, look, buddy, Holo is all good, Vector is all nice. Trippin has a 1.5 times scope and a C8 in his hands, and he is feeling quite sharp on
attackers
it.
have located a bomb.
Welcome to the Oceanic Challenger League Physics. Unfortunately, he's been put through the ring. He's positive though, which is more than we can say for a number of debuts over the last 12 months. But as it stands, Ultratelios know the site. They are going to have a reasonably hard time getting any significant opening because once again, as has been the momentum shift, there is a significant lack of hard breaches, and Snip is about to die. Yeah,
Oh no,
Snip is dead
Snip.
through the footholes.
Snip, how do you just have that happen to yourself is completely beyond me. Jordy, though, finally does go down after that contention, and at least there is a revenge, and there is still a one-player advantage, but, man, that's just rough times for Snip as he just kind of waltzes back into it. Oh. There's a sound cue for Goof to start bailing out as well. Crimstar taking quite a fair bit of damage, and as it stands, this might just end up being the round for Ultratelios to take, but again, we've seen Circular Spheres to come back just like that. That is a crisp headshot from Jepa to get rid of Banana. No more boosts as well either, so, well, Goof might just be able to catch Trippin off guard as well.
Trippin, he steps out, but not a single shot connecting there, courtesy of the middle bars. Trippin, he's struggling a little bit right now. He wants to clear this out, and there you go. He finally does get the job done. Japer primed and ready up on the rafters, spots the drone. It's going to be a bit of a bait here to, you know, provide that misinformation. Rice trying to threaten his position. What utility there? Doesn't matter, is unfortunately Rice falls. Japer knows that there's one below. Now the only one below, thanks to Crimstar. Trippin alone has to find some big kills. That's the first. Can he find more? Knows that there's a player up. Does he know that there is a player in Oil Pit? This could be deadly. No, he doesn't. Goof rips the head. Circular Spheres are good for one more.
Circular Spheres, yeah, look. Tidying things up on the go certainly does make things a whole lot nicer for them, and their general situation kind of feeling a whole lot more actually workable. 4-1 scoreline is certainly showing that despite some of the issues, despite some of the, you know, initial tomfoolery that they have committed to with physics attempting to, you know, do the yield spawn peak with the mirror window, it just a bunch of things just didn't really work out. Let's just call it that. So now the question being, will Ultratelios even find a comeback here at all, given that, well, attack, they need really badly to find that second point right now to at least make it a 4-2 scoreline. Otherwise, problems just will keep on compounding in a 5-1 result at the end of the first half. And kind of from there on, well, it could be a very bad game of catch that they could be playing. Whereas on the side of Circular Spheres, look, they all nice and feeling nice and dandy. They almost kind of feeling and playing like they've prepared to almost play for those 3v5s, 3v4s, having that continuous player disadvantage, which is a very odd way to approach this, but I'm definitely digging the way how Circular Spheres, especially this iteration of the roster, has been performing.
Yeah, they're looking real sharp. They're looking real clean. I know that there is at least one person who will have something to say about AZ's performance tonight, and I'm sure she'll be in chat, ready to give them absolute bits at the end of the Playday. Right now, Casey, unfortunately, will just have to put up with the further punishment that her team is suffering. And, well, the changes are going to be interesting. We do see the Nook in play. Goof stepping up towards Billiards is going to spot the head of Banana. Almost gets into an extended gunfight, but no, Ben jumps in.
Oh, no.
You saw him not a second ago, and Goof almost takes two.
That would have been really, really bad for Rice if he would have gone down to a Mozzie pistol as well whilst using the primary. That would have been absolutely tragic, but we say that Ultratelios already suffering those early losses, with Banana just not really feeling too hot right now for his performance. Unfortunately here, Ultrazilius won't be doing the hot drop anymore, and that means a much more pace down play. Ultrazilius, though, they haven't really played a whole great heap of that. Crimstar through the vertical as well, gets rid of Trippin, and this just almost now puts a nail on the coffin of Ultrazilius for this round.
3 versus 4, and well, I say 3 loosely. Rice is incredibly low given that Ben was lost early on into the round. Rice looking to play some shenanigans with the frag grenades, trying to flush Krim out of his position. He's going to deter for the moment, but you look at Japer, he's sneaking up all the way through the lounge. Might just be able to find a pick. You know Rice is watching his door, has every idea. They must have got him on a drone. So Japer realizes that it's not the play, backs off, wants to play it smarter.
Oh boy. Well, a double push coming around. Rice, and Goombag trying to make a big play. Japer had the opportunity, but does get absolutely shut down as he able to only put a single round into Rice. Leaving the Nook player down on 1 HP. No more boost, meaning that next gunfight could be absolutely fatal, but Jordy, Physics, and Crimstar still have the opportunity to absolutely shut this whole shenanigan train down, as, oh, Jordy does go down. That Snip already swinging in and completely unprepared. In comes the push. That's one gone. Now he knows that there's one in dirt. He doesn't know about the presence on the second one. And this is where could the problem start compounding. Snip gone. That's all down to Rice. 1 HP in a dream drops down through the hatch and mowed down as well now by Crimstar.
Big way to close out the round. Circular spheres are going from strength to strength. A 5-1-1/2. As we transition, they now head to the attack. Altered Zalios need 4 to equalize.
Oh boy. I mean, defense will make things a little bit easier for Altered Zalios to cope with this kind of point disadvantage, but Circular Spheres, I gotta commend them. They have been pretty clean on their play, and it's the sheer fact that, well, basically for them, they've finally started integrating a good set of just coordination plus strategy into what was already a very fragger-heavy lineup that they already had. I mean, the whole team of Circular Spheres has a great potential for each one of them to be that entry, to be that flex, to be the anchor, and this is kind of the beautiful thing that they have been so far able to, at least to the outside eye, to be able to cultivate. Oh, I would assume, obviously, there's much more intricacies in the CS roster as it stands, but apart from that, I gotta give it to them. They've been doing pretty well. Now, if they do end up concluding this matchup rather quickly, this will be propelling them onto the second place, which will be basically outmatching Warriors, and Warriors will need a 3-pointer for themselves to return back to the second place. And yeah, as it stands, look, Warriors' chances might not be looking too hot, given that they will be later down the line versing against Kraken.
Crimstar popping that hole in the wall could give away the game, given the proximity of Snip. But no, Snip had the opportunity with the impacts to get aggressive. It drops down Orbit and thinks better of it for the moment, at least anyway. Doesn't want to overplay their hand. Knowing the position they're in, it's a smart call. Down by 4 rounds. Altered Zalios are going to have to pull out something spectacular on the defense.
Absolutely. As it stands, though, Altered Zalios about to be met with a really dangerous Force Banana, wanting to run the suppressed MPX, will basically makes it a requirement for him to hit the headshots, because otherwise no way he's winning any sort of gunfight with just body shots trades. Japer, full well hearing the MPX will be out for the hunt, so is Physics, and well, the drones should be confirming about a number of the positions. Now the main well, issue is going to be the fact that, well, Gunbag kind of been semi-droned out, but his position has not been fully confirmed. Interestingly enough, though, this position of the Oryx does prompt for a Jackal of Crimstar to start rotating around to try to force him out. So that is a great play for time. And a bit of a kind of a passive play, which so far worked out actually perfectly well for Altered Zalios, to just force Circular Spheres to expand throughout the whole map to try to clear it out before they even start their push onto the main floor. And already Crimstar completely does that.
Geordie might be in a world of trouble in just a moment, but it comes down to this drone. If they get it a little bit deeper, Crimstar had the opening. Unfortunately, Geordie playing the passive angle allowed his teammate to go in and take the blow before taking down Rice. And, well, that was your remaining Nitro Cell off the board. The impact trick, is it going to be good enough? It looks like it should be popped open in just a second. And there we go. They have Kitchen Hatch as an avenue in.
Yeah, with Kitchen Hatch opened up, but with quite a number of floor openings there as well, it will be a bit of a double-edged sword. So Circular Spheres will need to be very cautious about how they approach and how they push this. Now, is there knowledge about the position on the ammo racks? The drone should be able to confirm that. Well, meanwhile, Goonbag off screen does get the better of Geordie. No more boosts, no more frag grenades, and the LMG is gone. The spot on the banana is gone as well, but Japer still expecting Banana to play around that position. About to be met with a hail of bullets, and Goofed as well. Needs to assist Physics as he just gets gunned down from multiple positions. And yeah, this is absolutely a flog by Circular Spheres. 2 more seconds remaining and we might just see the conclusion of the round. Indeed, it will be in hands of AZ.
Big stuff from them. A very solid defensive start to the half. And yeah, diff indeed. Picking up a big win there. I mean, look at the reality that we see. 2 very defensive-sided halves is understandable given the competition we're in.
Absolutely. So we've seen already a pretty well organized Circular Spheres defense. Now Zelios are doing a pretty good job as well, utilizing Oryx to the absolute maximum as well. He was kind of that big initial playmaker to force some of those rotations for what ended up being quite literally for nothing for Circular Spheres, apart from just the ease of their mind. And well, now with only 3 points remaining, look, it's still quite a far run for Altadelius, but if they keep on doing the very same similar performance just on different sites, the way how they've done just now, well, they just might be able to push this back to the even-Steven scoreline, albeit for Circular Spheres that will be rather an upsetting result, given just how dominant it all was. But again, they still can't afford this kind of turnout, given it's not yet too tragic, and plus, well, with Kraken kinda being almost locked in, unless Warriors do end up overtaking them tonight, I think this is just more so going to be the battle for, well, I believe it is going to be, well, partially for the seeding for OCS, and obviously the prize money as well.
Oh yeah, I think at this stage, given that it's top 5 that make it into the prize pool and OCL, I think Altadelius are playing more for the seeding going into OCS. Whereas Circular Spheres, they're playing for both, obviously, and the drone's coming in, revealed Banana's position, who now has to decide whether he wants to hang around or get the hell out. Seems the call has been made to recalibrate and regroup. Wants to find a more favourable position, but it's the gunfight in Garage that goes the way of AZ. Goonbag drop, gets himself the drone to boot, and they've played the smart game and absolutely bamboozled Geordie.
Yeah, Geordie not really expecting this kind of a turnout. Certainly will be feeling a little bit upset about how he got played there. Meanwhile, though, off screen, there has been already a breach into the CCTV to force out anyone from trying to play close by to the rafters, which is already a good shout, but again, a number of that utility to be dedicated. It did force, I believe, yeah, Goonbag to fall back to the very bottom of it, and funnily enough, well, Goofed was very much prepared for Goonbag to go in for a reattempt, but Rice's swing does mean that Circular Spheres will be kept at that deficit. No more Japer, no more fragging, no more frag grenades, and that rechargeable information gathering utility does mean that, well, things will be a whole lot more difficult. Physics being also left all alone, meaning that he will have to wait for the rest of his teammates to actually start making a push towards the actual site for him to even consider doing sort of any changes.
Rice no longer has the security of the window, but he's just jiggling around the angle looking for something. Goof spots one in through the barricade, but unfortunately they will duck back into cover and be safe for the moment. This gets scary, especially when Rice gets executed the way he just did, stepping his head out having been scanned. Goof provided information that was translated into a kill. Going to the final 45, that doesn't help either. Trimstar finds Prep and they're going to pop the hatch, try and provide the extra avenues in for the team. Even a bit of misdirection right now, and what was a very solid defensive start to round number 8 for Altadelius has turned in Circular Spheres' favour.
Well, Circular Spheres continue to keep up that favor for themselves as they are looking to claim that match point for themselves. It's all down to Banana. Try to make a play. C4 is in. It will not be too successful as the ping's coming about. Oh, drop down might just actually come about as Crimstar is ready to frag. That C7 is an absolutely dangerous gun and already completely unexpected. In comes the swing. No! Banana actually lands that shot somehow. Completely snaps to the head of Crimstar. With the time now ticking back against the Ultizelius player, he needs to make sure to nail his performance and his swings. And now the moment he crosses over, yeah, this is it. He needed to have the gun ready, but unfortunately for him, the swing was just too good from Goofed. That's a match point from CS.
Big stuff from them. They're looking real clean at the moment. Absolutely handily take this. A 5-1 half transition. Into it, look, it's a slightly slower kickoff to the defensive side, but they only drop a single round before they're right back into it. Circular Spheres. They're about to clean this one up 7-2.
Oh, man. 7-2 could be rather upsetting here for AZ. Given they were kind of on a somewhat of an upward spiral with their performance. They looked like they were just about to, you know, keep on pushing and could have possibly previously gone past Dynasty scoreline as well. But unfortunately for them, it looks like they might just end up sticking around the bottom of the leaderboard now. The big question being how ready Circular Spheres are to pretty much just wrap it up right here, right now, given we've had a number of teams that would get to that match point result, and then, well, there goes all of their point advantage. And then we are on 12 point, and then all of a sudden, oh no, the overtime has completely flopped for that previously winning team. So wouldn't call it just yet, albeit the way how they've managed to kind of adapt on the go has spoken quite the volumes with Circular Spheres roster. But that angle from Banana, that is absolutely disgusting, I have to say.
Thrown in from Japer, if they spot it, the pings are there, so they know the pre-fire is too little too late. If Goofed had been a little bit quicker on the trigger, that might have been something, and Ben with the fadeaway takes down Goofed, and he will get himself out of danger as well. Yeah, look, Circular Spheres, they dropped the bag on that one.
Ay. Rather unfortunate result there for Goofed, as the man just had very much of a variable kind of set of results. Banana already keen and prepared for that C4 throw, but decides to not actually hold on to it, and, well, defaults back to the blue stairs, where he might just end up actually being caught off. But Jordy has a plan of his own, which may involve a whole lot of riding around and possibly swinging onto Gunbag. Now it's more so a question of how well is Gunbag prepared. Jordy, does he know that the defender already passed on over to the top of the stairs, and this could be a big chance.
Gunbag tagged. Goofed hits him with a nice shot. It was a bit late, but look, still respect where respect is due. Down a player. Not the end of the world, given that they had physics on the board. Playing a third, like Jay walking through, wants to clear things out and provide that little bit of extra support to the team. Geordie with the equaliser on the Gunbag, head spotted red. At least Japer, if nothing else, is wasting time. Physic falls, and all of a sudden things are quickly coming apart for the Circular Spheres. They head towards that final minute mark. Crimstar picked up, but he can't find the fadeaway before he falls yet again. Geordie down below, separated. They aren't quite in position to provide that support, and the MK14 is going quite hard, providing a bit of resistance. Will find some damage, not enough to get the kill, and Geordie all of a sudden will find the equaliser going to the final minute. Unfortunately, they still don't know where Ben is, and that kill could have completely undone everything that they just set up.
Not the kind of result that you wanted to see. Japer already being revealed by the Melusi gadget. Will be making his presence very much known. Double swing could be coming around. Banana sitting on the stairs. There is a flank from the bathrooms, and indeed, Ultizelius will be keeping themselves nice and snappy here, continuing this kind of string of plays and continuing this kind of result. Well, now only has, once again, only 3 rounds to really make a play here.
I mean, that's a convincing comeback. That is a solid comeback attempt. Not over, not by any means, but to bring it back the way they are, to fight every round and push them. Didn't expect Clubhouse to be necessarily this defender-sided, if I'm being perfectly honest, given the performances we've seen on it in the last couple of weeks. But now, look, one more chance for Altazelios to get a round closer, and one more for Circular Spheres to close it out. So far, though, I mean, we've seen a number of very big bag drops from Circular Spheres in previous.
Yeah, there's been a number of times where they would try to, you know, keep up the consistency, but it's at the end, it's a completely polar opposite result for them. But I do want to say, though, the introduction of physics did kind of end up changing things around and almost, yeah, improved that sort of aggressive power that they have been flexing around, albeit on the offense, it's still yet to shine, and I think it's more so just due to the fact that they yet to build fully the whole, you know, chemistry within the actual official matches, whilst in scrims it may be one result, well, officials and the general kind of jitters could be seeing a number of other problems. Banana might just have the shot on whoever decides to spawn, and the unlucky one player to run through the left side of that spawn, but it doesn't look like that is going to be actually the case. Physics, it's either Physics or Japer that will be deciding to rappel over. It still has the angle, but will the housing on the side though block the player outline? That's a completely different thing, but Banana will be deciding for the better of it.
Japer opens things up with a kill on this step and almost finds himself yet another onto Banana, who's playing a very dangerous pixel angle. Unfortunately for JB, he steps right back into the pre-fire coming through. That's unlucky. And, I mean, every kill already so far this round could be classed as unlucky.
Absolutely. Jordy will be found by Trippin as he decides to vault out, and no more are going to be the boosts and the swings. And surely but slowly but surely, Circular Spheres are claiming more and more ground here against Altazelios. Two more players to try to hold on to the swing, and, well, it's the two big performers, Rice and Trippin. Unfortunately for Rice, though, still on a negative KD. Will not be seeing yet a whole lot of success, but Spear 308 enhanced, Trippin with the MP5 ready to push out of the blue tunnel. Could certainly introduce quite a number of problems, but Circular Spheres will need to be very clean on their push, because there needs to be some sort of a pressure to come around from the dirt tunnel.
Grimstar going to be there, and it's a straight drop in through the kitchen hatch. Goof with Physics both on site, looking to gun and run. Trippin hits the corner station, gives himself some health, but it doesn't matter because he's found by Krim from the dirt tunnel. What a shot from Rice to bring it back within the 1 versus 2. The drone on him. He's going to be dispatched as well. The Spear 308 is the gun you'd want in this situation, just waiting for whatever info could be there. The aggressive swing. Rice can't hit his shots, and Goofed will claim the map for Circular Spheres despite a valiant effort.
A drive-by to wrap it all up, and yeah, valiant effort indeed it was, but unfortunately for Altazelios, they couldn't really find that actual closure for their own selves, as unfortunately they will be staying closer to the bottom of the leaderboard. For Circular Spheres, though, this is a rather scrumptious dub, as this does push them onto the 2nd position on the leaderboard, where they will now be, well, waiting for Warriors to kind of see their results, and maybe even, actually no, pardon me, I was about to say maybe even LFWO could really catch up back to them, but nah, that's not really happening anytime soon.
I mean, look, it was a valiant effort from Altazelios. They very nearly made the comeback a possibility, but Circular Spheres, they just say, nah, we're going to shut it down. We're going to shut it down here. Physics as well, a very valiant debut to the competition. Unfortunately, 1 death shy of going even at a 5-5, 5-6 by the final score, but I mean, Circular Spheres, they're looking good going into the final week and going into OCS.
Absolutely. Circular Spheres, this is overall, just this whole stage has been a really good turnout. I mean, you look at the way how they've performed. I mean, yes, unfortunately, 2 big losses have kind of hindered their big chances for the 1st position, but apart from that, this has been a really good time for them. 3 regular round wins, 1 overtime round win. Look, nothing to scoff at all.
I mean, it's just exciting stuff, especially given, you know, the implications of an OCN versus OCL competition, OCN versus OCN, OCL versus OCL as well. But I mean, on the whole, Circular Spheres, they were doing things right. They really were. They were every step of the way. They were doing what they needed to shut plays down. even on the attack, they were finding their trades, finding their ones. And despite some chaos that Alta Delios were looking to insert into the match, it didn't break their cool.
Absolutely, yeah, look. Clean play through and through. Now, kind of curious as to, well, are we looking to completely lock this roster in or not? That is going to be the main thing, because it finally looks like Circular Spheres are finally feeling all nice and comfortable. Maybe this is kind of the final iteration that we were waiting for so long, and is this kind of the roster that will next stage could be taking names?
Well, look, we can ask that question and find out now. Joining us in the interview booth, Japer from the Circular Spheres, hot off the back of a very impressive win. Look, mate, let's not mince words. That looked sharp from you guys tonight. What's it like, coming in with this new player and still pulling out a performance like that?
Well, for the whole season, we've kind of been playing a bit of a hindered stance without physics. As the start we've ideally wanted him in, and I think finally him having turned 18 really helped us. 7x7-3 is pretty dominant after the first few rounds, and I think he's a big part of that.
How long have you guys been actually practicing with physics? Because we were kind of, during the actual stream, we were talking about possibilities of, the initial kind of chemistry still needs to be built up, or the possibility that, some sort of friction still being there, but physics almost seamlessly kind of slid in.
Well, the extent of our practice is mainly just in ranked, and we've been playing ranked with him for quite a while, I guess. So he's no stranger to all of us. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I mean, look, you guys, you got one match remaining in the competition, this stage, before we head into the Oceanic Championship Series. Is there any team that you'd love to, get a shot at in the OCN?
I think one of the best Vertex with a few mates in there that I would love to take down. That'd be awesome. And I think for next stage, that with our core 5 in now, I think we'll be pretty strong. Hopefully take it.
Also, looking for org, remember, Circular Spheres, LFO. If anyone looking to pick them up, this is the man you want to hit up. Go hit up Japer. Find these guys a home, because they're looking good and they definitely deserve it. But Japer, look, before we let you head off, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Again, just shout out to all the friends and family watching, all the fans as well. It's always great to see your support in the Twitch chat. Means a lot to us, and yeah, keep it up. Cheers.
Look, we always enjoy having you here in the interview booth, Japer. We love seeing you play. We'll look forward to seeing you again next week, potentially. Cthulhu, it's been a big week already, and coming into today, we're excited to see what more these teams can bring in with Circular Spheres week after week, finding that improvement, finding themselves now their full 5, and a match like that being brought out. Like Japer said, it makes you excited for next stage.
Absolutely. Look, I'm excited as well for the next stage, because kind of stage 1 so far served as more so kind of the staging ground for a number of the rosters, where they still kind of, finding the chemistry, finding who's actually good for which role, whether we do need to run the 6-core roster like Spruce initially memed around about. And I reckon once we do get to stage 2, this is where it's all kind of been finalized. There's literally, well, barely a whole lot of need, unless something goes absolutely severely wrong that you need to rebuild the roster. And I think this is stage 2 is where we will get absolutely close and neck contested, even against teams like Kraken, who has been absolutely dominating OCL for now 2 seasons.
Well, Cthulhu, when we come back after the break, we will jump into that Kingmaker match. Of course, whether or not Kraken can lock it out properly this time, I'm sorry, my math was wrong. Or whether or not the Warriors can keep the dream alive going into the final week of play. We come back after the break. It's Kraken Esports Clubs taking on the Vodafone Warriors. We'll see you then.
Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Though supposed to be close for saying you Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly, a lower lion, change it. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat and do some changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if the wise I despise others' lies. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing.
We're coming back into it. Shenanigans are done. We're pushing on through to the serious business here. Kraken Esports Club taking on the Warriors. Last match, we saw Alton Zelios and, of course, Circular Spheres. Look, hot drops. We saw some cheeky spawn peaks, some runouts. The buck stops here. We're about to get real serious in this matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. The big matchup to decide who will be locked in for the first place, whether Kraken will be completely locking in that first place, and whether will Vodafone Warriors get a small, slim chance to really make it work. But honestly, both of the rosters have been up and coming.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to break down. Kraken, dominant since the start of the stage, have yet to really be threatened in any meaningful way. And then you look at the Warriors, they've come through this stage, they've had hiccups, they've had a couple of stumbles, but now we are getting this ironed out, solidified Vodafone Warriors roster that is looking like it could be one to contest the top.
Absolutely. Look, Kraken has been just an absolutely unstoppable force. And for Warriors, look, we've, in the early stages of the Stage 1, have been talking... Oh, Jesus, yeah, okay, thank you, Tiltek, very cool.
The man is nothing if not content. He's been sleeper on camp. Look at him. He's an absolute stunner of a gentleman. He's got the beats pumping. He's got the grub. He's got the moves. Does he back it up in the 7 tonight, Cthulhu?
Absolutely. Look, he's already looking 10 times more livelier than at the beginning of the previous matchup, so that's already quite a boost to the confidence that the man will be able to frag out. But look, on the side of Warriors, we talked about, you know, the whole identity crisis. That's no longer a thing. This is now a really well established roster, but it's now more so kind of the newest introductions to OCL versus what basically is now a veteran squad.
Yeah, they are looking like they are here with intention. And look, we know their intentions, of course. Their intentions is to make it into the promos tournament. This, though, is going to be their final hurdle. If they win here, it's set in stone. And you can see the man on your screen, Bot for the Warriors, has been an absolute powerhouse in ANZ competition, Cthulhu. He is sharp. I mean, we've said that a lot tonight. Sharp, clinical, efficient. Bot is surgical when it comes to fragging.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been a big performer there for the team of Warriors, and because of him, quite a number of rounds were very convincingly won out, so can't really blame the gamer. He has been an absolute menace when it comes down to being that, you know, that big opener for his roster.
And, I mean, coming into this matchup tonight, I was wrong. I will... hands on heart, acknowledge my math was wrong. I'm a caster. We don't do that. My dad might be an accountant, but we don't do it. Right now, though, this matchup is going to be the defining factor. There's no... Previous weeks don't matter. If Warriors win here, they have that chance. We're in overtime. They need to win this one. They need to win next week. They can do that. They take promos, and it's going to be down to the maps to determine our course of action tonight. Of course, the map video's up on your screen in just a second. We've had Clubhouse. We're going to bank. And Cthulhu, this is a terrifying prospect for the Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, look, we haven't really seen any sort of bang from Vodafone Warriors, whereas Kraken have managed to flex it multiple times over multiple seasons as well of OCL, and they were an absolute menace when it came down to that. So it's a huge misplay, the fact that they ended up allowing Bank to be slipped in here as a decider rather than a cafe. So, look, maybe there's been a couple of inside and behind the scenes trained setups for Bank, but as it stands, I am absolutely with you here, Panda.
And those that are wondering, you know, why is it such a good map for Kraken? They haven't played that much. This map is where Big Dogs upset the team Fury that would then go on to qualify for OCN. Then in the playoffs of Stage 3, Kraken came in, flogged off map 1, kicked teeth on Bank again to prove that it wasn't some special staple pick for the team and that anyone can play it. So this is a map where they have, well, look, taken down some real big teams.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the place where this is the place and the time for those upsets to possibly happen if Warriors obviously you know, practice their time and their play. But for Kraken, they are looking to be the favorites going into Bank, and absolutely for very valid reasons. I mean, that roster has been absolutely clinical.
On into Bank, and we are going to see some exciting play. I have absolutely no doubt of that in my mind, Cthulhu. But the question has to be, the last time we hyped up a match to be the one of the stage, it was Kraken versus Dynasty, and Dynasty absolutely crumbled. The Empire ended, and Kraken were the ones to be standing atop the rubble. Can Warriors avoid that same treatment? Can they upset Kraken here?
They have the tools to do so. And I mean, where Dynasty tried to play for, you know, for the experience, for the setups, I think Warriors just need to lean fully into the whole idea of, you know, just full-on swing your opponents. Swing and you shall not be swung kind of rule to be leaned into. And certainly, I mean, Warriors out of all the teams would know quite well how to swing.
I mean, look, swing or swing not. There is no try. You commit or you don't, because otherwise, chances are you're going to end up dead in the round. Cade, the follow-up to the Hibana ban, leaves us with one final remaining for the Warriors. I mean, where do we go from here? Is it Mira? Is it Valkyrie? What is the biggest threat to these two teams?
Biggest threat is going to be Tiltek. I'm calling that. He is going to be an absolute menace, whether it is Valkyrie, whether it's even at this point, even if Recruit was even allowed into the fray.
I'd rate a 10-man Recruit match of OCL. Unfortunately, you know, it's against Pro League settings, but I reckon we would get some very interesting setups across the board if it was allowed in. Kraken will kick things off on the attack, of course. Warriors start down and staff open for their first choice. But look, Cthulhu, the big difference being, you know, last week, Tiltek, he looked a bit quiet. He was having a rough start. We know for a fact that he woke up, what was it, an hour before the match from his nap. He hadn't warmed up. He came into it. This time, though, he's vibing. He's got the music pumping. He's got the snacks. Tiltek is ready.
Yeah, this time he is much more hyped, much more ready as well. So certainly having the well-fed buff as well there could really come in handy. But I gotta say, look, Kraken, I would say they're probably a little bit surprised that Bank was even allowed into the play, because generally speaking, not a whole lot of teams are really even keen from the get-go to play it on Bank, whether it's even against a team that hasn't really prepped it. It's just in general the prospect of the map itself is rather frightening.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, look, the prospect of Bang isn't necessarily the most frightening part of that equation either. It's the fact that you're versing up Kraken, who are undefeated in the season.
Well, yes, also that, yeah. I'm more so meaning in the generalized context.
Oh, look, this is a horror movie, and jump scares are just around the corner, I think, is the safest bet.
Yeah. Plenty of jump scares do really happen, which, look, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Though I'm curious. I'm curious how well will Kraken perform, and how well will Warriors be able to withstand the whole onslaught, because already Hunter playing the Ashe here could be that big shutdown. With Bob already forced off his position, usually this very spot gets reinforced and is being allowed to essentially overlook the whole banana push, but not today, not right now.
John going to take a bit of damage. His elements, he's on the hunt. He's straight through tellers with this Nook pick. Spots the rotate. The pre-fire's there. Not going to quite find him. A little bit of damage. It's all chip and nothing more. Jordo trying to provide that support, but if Elements can find an angle, find an opening, we know, Cthulhu, you and I have bore witness to the damage this man can do.
Oh yeah, Elements can be an absolutely dangerous unit, especially when he's being backed up by Seppi as well from above. It is going to be meaning a number of problems. Elements, yeah, a little bit confused, upset, and probably annoyed at the same time that the frag grenade didn't get rid of the castle barricade. But meanwhile, the rest of Korea very stably, very consistently are making progress towards the site.
He's chosen a different avenue. In fact, sees the opening provided by Hunter, who start to lurk down that first floor corridor, and you can see Kraken looking to roam, position themselves for a more aggressive angle of approach. Heading to the final minute, the damage being dealt the shot means that he's not too long for the world if they can find the opening. But look at it, Kraken, they have some intention here.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Warriors a little bit struggling to find their pacing, their footing. I say that though, getting rid of Tiltek by Shont is a great opener. So is Schmidt actually gets a collapse onto Pluto. All of a sudden, this has been an absolute flurry of kills, which does leave us only with Seppi and Elements, as Seppi nearly doing his opponent, but oh, that is a clean play. Do they not expect though the positioning? No, they not. It's all down to Elements.
Bit of a rough start. They see the player on the ground. Seppi finished off, and Culture will find both of them to close. And we knew that this Warriors roster were coming into the Playday looking clean, looking dangerous. They had ironed out the mistakes that they were making earlier on, and this was going to be their final form. Kraken should not have come into this matchup underprepared.
Yeah, I think just kind of initial amount of tomfoolery and just trying to, you know, scrape the barrel for any sort of return didn't really particularly work out there for Kraken. But look, they are already switching things around, introducing Zero, possibly, only possibly, given that the attacker repick is certainly there. The rest of the roster so far, though, looking like it will be pretty much stuck from the get-go. No real big changes, no baits, no nothing. Very much of a straightforward approach. Seppi on Zero could actually be a really good pick. And again, I call me a Zero nerd about it, but with the way how currently Zero could be played in the current situation, a whole heap of utility and a whole heap of just frustrating play that could be conducted on the defense.
Have you heard about this great new gun, the G28 Cthulhu? I hear it's pretty great. Is it? I imagine it's almost
Just
as good as
shut.
Sam Fisher in the context of Rainbow Six Siege. But right now, we are heading upstairs to the second floor. Shenanigans aside, the Warriors were in control of round one.
Oh boy. Yeah. Still, control of round one has been pretty clean. And to imagine that it was Shont that started things off on the UMP-45 is definitely has been a nice sight. Straight from the get-go though, an improvement from Warriors' setup, introducing the reinforced wall over at the staircase by the banana and the 90 hallway. Would be meaning that a little bit more stability for Schmidt's position, but well, we're talking about stability. The just outside of the stockroom is about to be dislodged rather quickly.
Little pot made around the door. What's it gonna find? It should be enough to deter. For the moment, they lose banana control almost immediately. The re-aggression though, not gonna come until Tech establishes himself a nice long angle towards that long desk as well. But it's the downstairs presence that concerns me the most.
Oh boy. Scary, spooky times. Culture has the vertical angle here off the back of those frag grenades that were previously thrown around. Might just be able to find a nice set of frags, but it's Schmidt instead to get the better of Seppi. All of a sudden, Kraken has been met with just an absolutely unstoppable force, and now it's them who are looking toothless out of a blue.
Now the great thing is for Kraken, they even if they lose, as long as it goes to OT, they still maintain first place. But Elements, this is what he wanted to be doing in that first round. Shont was establishing some vert angles until Tech there for two. All of a sudden, we are starting to see Kraken hit their stride in this match. Hunter will fall, brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and we get rapidly close to that final minute of play. And we've got some of the best players in the competition still alive in this server.
100%. Still, though, curious that not a whole lot of aggressive gameplay came around from the from Pluto on the Windows, given that he could be that big, impactful player. Jordo could have the absolutely upsetting flank, but obviously he had zero information about the presence of the Nook player. So now full back out, full default back to the site should result still in a nice reinforcement of all the positions and crossfires. I say that though, Tiltek is good for one.
Schmidt crawling through, shut down as well. Cthulhu, he may have been good for one, but it's the team to back him up, and of course he's good for more. Tiltek, when he hits his mark, is an absolute demon, and that is not an oversell.
Good return to form after a rather upsetting result in round number 1, and yeah, look, you can see a little bit more of that coordination, or not coordination, sorry, more so focus within the team, albeit still I would say that not yet time to sweat, but the way how they've conducted themselves and the way how it was played out was much more paced down. It did require a whole lot more coordination and information gathering to actually prove the the concept of needing to keep on pushing from the stock room and to keep on actually continuing that push and aggression over the eastern stairs, and by the end of it all, kind of all worked out pretty well. Not to discredit as well either Elements, he done a phenomenal job as well in the archives area where he was able to shut down that vertical gameplay, which would have been absolutely upsetting for Kraken.
I mean, yeah, in one, upsetting indeed. But, I mean, look, the question's already been asked. Rainbow Six Host wants to know how, since when has this been Kraken roster been so stacked? And I think Tiltek joined beginning of stage 3, if I'm correct, Cthulhu. He's a pretty stacked unit in his own right. As we have to head back downstairs, we are seeing the Goyo in play. And we've seen, honestly, I've been truly impressed at the innovation we've seen with Goyo's changes.
Yeah, the Goyo changes introduced a lot of flexibility, whether it's to kind of booby trap the doors if somebody's trying to make a very prompt entry into the actual building, whether it's to deny and play for those almost passive pre-placed, almost smoke-like traps and setups. It definitely has introduced a great deal of just extra strats that could be based around Goyo, and the culture and co are very much acknowledging that. I say that, well, acknowledgement is one, actually getting the frags is a whole different beast, and well, Schmidt could not really fulfill that job today, at least within round number 3.
I mean, we've seen some interesting utilization of the Oryx, and unfortunately this round we're not going to see much more of it. Tiltek is, well, he's back with a vengeance after last week. Oh my god, he gets it stolen. No style points for the Gone 6, unfortunately. Tiltek being denied, doesn't care though. He's not done just yet. He's still got ground to take and names to take as well. Bopped. He's playing below the hatch. Ooh, Kraken. That could have been a dual swing for the ages. But, I mean, look at there's a minute 40 in the round, Cthulhu. Look where they're standing.
Absolutely. Bopped already tagged up as well. Schmidt and Culture gone. A number of damages have been done to Warriors lineup, and with so many hatches now opened up and Bopped gone, it's just it keeps on compounding the losses. KRA are just absolutely flooding the site. Jordo is able to pick up 1. We'll be able to actually find 2, nearly a 3, but Pluto will be wrapping up this whole fiesta.
I think I figured out what happened in round 1, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah?
I think Tiltek was still finishing. Shooting with one hand, eating in the other, it's kind of hard. So he's done eating. The game can actually start proper now. Cracking up with a 2-1 lead, and we head to Staff Open. This is going to be a testament, though. This is where that, obviously, first round kicked off. It was Warriors to win it quite handily. Do they get that opportunity again?
That will be the ultimate question here, given that this will be setting us with a kind of a interesting pacing for it all, because for Warriors, basically, at least they want 2-pointer, so they want at least one of the sides to be working in their favor. Open area in general, with the kitchen and dining, one of those sites that is quite difficult to manage as a whole, but it presents a lot of ground to really cover, where you can play and expand into the archives. You can play for vertical. Better yet, it is almost encouraged to play vertical, given the sheer amount of the breachable floor there is. And it does provide with each and one of those opportunities, and basically you can play this for a very almost hunkered down position, provided that you just have enough of the operators that have that either throwable or that push denial utility, like Legion, like Melusi, like Castle even.
Oh boy, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see just how close this match does get. I mean, we've hyped up the Warriors in the last couple of weeks. They've been looking good. Kraken, I mean, they haven't really dropped any momentum whatsoever. But we've taken a team like the Warriors, who have gone from absolute monsters in the last couple of weeks to potentially being absolutely monstered out of bank by Kraken. Just got a question: how wide the skill gap is becoming in the Oceanic Challenge League?
Certainly that this very matchup, the question we'll be answering. So far, pretty much same but different, slightly different from KRA. Seppi once again on that secondary hard breach buck, ready to keep on making the pretty much a half of the site completely unusable by New Zealand Warriors, as already some damage ticking onto Shont did bleed through the whole soft breaching. And as it stands, New Zealand Warriors are starting to get cornered.
A bomb
Yeah,
has been
just look
located.
at Kraken. It's like watching a hive of ants. They're just all over. They're looking, prodding, probing, trying to find any sort of weakness in their opponent's setup to try and exploit it. Just every single player is in motion. Rarely do they sit that still for that long. And
Tiltek is
he
annoying.
just has every idea. Spots the head and forces him out once again, deterring the player up blue. Might even look for a little pop nade, and well, they know that there's every chance. He's probably still there. Schmidt swings out, and we'll find Pluto. That is truly unfortunate, but I don't think Tiltek is one who will let that happen a second time.
Pluto being deep fried. It won't be something that Tiltek will let away too quick, and well, certainly that is the case. Now, a swing from behind the chassis could be rather dangerous, as it's difficult to hit the head. I say that Tiltek is just absolutely ballistic. Good night, Culture. Then now, well, we're starting to see Warriors trying to scrape and trying to go for those last moment rotations. There is a presence on the bottom of the main stairs, but there's not a whole lot of people off Kraken actually pushing through there, so the admin push is actually in play.
Oh, Hunter's even watching the angle. Of course he is. They've just got a little cupboard, and Bot decides that no, this is not the avenue you want to be taking. Tiltek a little bit too keen. Forces himself into the side, and Jordo will find the two players getting aggressive. Shot there for more. And it's Seppi watching his back, finds one. He's got 12 seconds to make it happen here. Banshee going to give away the game. They know he's pushing deeper into the site. Pre-fired through the wall. Doesn't know that there's a player to his left. Ducks on through. Skeleton Key. Can he make it work? No, he's in a dangerous spot here. He gets swung on. Pulls out the Skeleton Key, and the Warriors will double down on Staff Open. But that for a moment, in that mid portion of the round, it felt like it was going to be Kraken's.
The issue, though, that, well, with Kraken, what did really happen there is the fact that, well, with Pluto going down, Kraken lost the opportunity and the ability to open up the wall into the dining, which meant to go through all of the choke points that were there really set up. And basically, the idea was that each and one of them would collapse through all of those choke points and push. Unfortunately, well, Elements did go down initially, then Tiltek, then Hunter, and it all kind of bit by bit all got negated pretty quickly. So, look, at least for Warriors, this does mean that they are keeping at least one of the sites well and truly to themselves, that being the open area, the site that when somebody would have told me initially that bank is being reintroduced into the meta, I wouldn't have thought that it would be the site that one of the teams would be able to main quite well. Apart from that, Kraken kind of being faltered rather early, and it's looks slightly concerning for them, but very much a good already result from Warriors, given just how new they are to the OCL scene. And well,
10 seconds to go.
certainly does look like both the King Wills and Both has been putting in quite the work into just introducing that culture and the I suppose the work ethic into the hands of Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I mean, that was who Boff was, though, in the Oceanic Challenge League with Big Dogs. He was always that person who tried to instill the work ethic and make sure his team put in the hard yards when it came to the competition side of things. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. They are just going to look to pop things open. Hunter wants that long angle at the small office. He might just get it too. Pulls off the angle for the moment on the drone. Knows that there is presence here in open. And that could be huge. The pre-fires, again, not quite connected. But, I mean, look, it's still possible to see a 3-3 half. And surely that works out for Kraken.
It will work out, as a matter of fact, for both of the teams, because Kraken obviously would want to make this a 4-2 scoreline. They were able to do so a number of times. Just unfortunately, against Warriors, it doesn't look very much workable. I say that. Schmidt, once again, fragged out. Now, there could have been a potential for another reswing, but this time Elements is much more sharper on the sticks. And that's pretty much the whole of the open area completely cleared out. Now, Culture has the possibility of finding that refrag. The Vector is a rather dangerous weapon to work around with, and certainly will introduce a number of problems for Tiltec. Apart from that, once again, Warriors being put at a two-man disadvantage will be forcing them to strain their positions and the resources to try to just even play for time.
Well, there's limited coverage in terms of utility denial. In fact, there's only the Whamai, and Jordo getting aggressive will find the kill onto Elements as he pushes back. Spots the server hatch being opened up, and the drone knows that he is there now. So this spot is not as contestable as it was once moments ago. Player coming through dirt. The free fire is going to be unfortunately off the mark. Utility dumped through. It's Hunter. He gets aggressive, but he falls. The trade is there. Jordo on the ground will be finished off by Seppi, heading the final minute. The players primed and ready, Cthulhu. This is good ground being taken by Kraken, but also a massive resistance from the Warriors.
Absolutely, you are correct here. The resistance has been phenomenal. I say that, though, still just shy of a minute away. Time for Kraken to really go in for the push. Now, those Goyo charges will start to get used up. Yeah, look, slight slowdown, but again, plenty of time to get those openings, get the breaches done, and get the angles set up. They have the 3 players to go with, 1 to plan, 2 to cover the push. And that should be just about enough to do it so, because Tiltec also has 2 frag grenades to quite easily dispose of anyone who tries to play for long range.
Unfortunately, the toxic canisters will pull them off the angle. The push in. That's good. That's what you want. But Tiltic finds himself. Seppi needs to find the head. He's going to spot it. And that's what you want for Kraken. My God, that could have come apart so closely there. If not for Seppi's efforts. And well, look, we won't touch on Tiltic and his frag grenade. Man should not be that happy given he just killed himself with utility. But if not for Seppi, that would have been a Warriors round.
Absolutely, Seppi doing a just gigantic effort there with his push, and certainly, yeah, the play was just there, and I don't think actually New Zealand Warriors were expecting this kind of swing to come around, given that Kraken were looking to go for a very much kind of by the book attempt to plant, and with 2 kind of gunners sitting from behind, so which would have generated plenty of ground for the jiggle peaks, for, you know, the smoke slow down as well. Unfortunately, just not to happen, albeit it is quite funny though that Warriors are acknowledging that they could very much hold on to this side as they are looking to retry this. So certain maybe ideas, certain difference in when they are rotating, or maybe just better yet, just an attempt to, hey, let's clean up our comms.
Yeah. But, I mean, look, they had the utility. The defense had the utility there to deny. You had 2 toxic canisters remaining when Seppi went for his drop. And if they'd been able to play that just a little bit cleaner, it could have been a vastly different story. But Kraken, I mean, Warriors never would have anticipated that. Seppi, for the most part, has been, you know, sort of that support, the IGL for the team. Who expected him to make the plays?
Yeah. Usually that's kind of the case, and yes, you are correct. Seppi has been basically a relatively dormant kind of player for carry, albeit still being able to carry his weight rather well. Now, in comes the funny haha moment that Hunter is bringing in the Monty, so Kraken are looking to, you know, switch things around a little bit.
The shield pushed. Look at them. They're all primed and ready. Bot is the only player there, but he doesn't have an angle knowing that this aggression is going to be here. The magnet. That's a flop, but the Monty's already in on him. The swing's going to be good, though, onto Tiltec. Looking for the guard break animation. He's being threatened. Can Hunter do it? The pistol. The pistol. The hip fire headshot as Pluto unfortunately falls also But who cares? Hunter, he's hitting for the style points.
Yeah, Hunter doing this rather well means that a number of plays could be rather quickly sorted out. Isolated shotgun in there. Shotgun 2 culture is good and clean on that play, meaning, well, it's all down to elements to make that sort of play. In comes the swing. The M590 is loaded. It is looking to be just about to be all over Red Rover here for Kraken in round number 6.
Now, I mean, the thing is, there's still a minute 40 in play, so Elements could technically isolate his 1v1s and maybe clutch this up, but the likelihood of that is trickling away the longer he takes to get himself in a position to contest. He does have nades, so maybe he could look to make a play around them, but I mean, the odds are, and if you were a smart gambler, you would say that it is going to be a 3-3 half here, considering. Going on to the defense, what a Kraken need to do to shut this map out.
Well, honestly, I think defense could be actually the ground for them to play around. As long as they can basically just play for their strengths, keep Seppi kind of as that, I suppose, the IGL slash maybe support. Hunter on Clash, I would actually rate that pick as well. Could work out pretty well as long as it's played in tandem with somebody like Element or Tiltek. Pluto, look. As long as Pluto just gets the frag out on the defense, this is all that is basically needed for to complete the formula here for Kraken. Whereas on the side of Warriors, look, a lot of eyes will be on the fact that Bopped, unfortunately at the moment, sitting on a rather unfortunate scoreline.
Yeah, it has largely been Jordo, but Culture pulling off the angle the way he did there.
Oh no, the
That's
shotgun
going to be
though.
unfortunate, but there are crossfires in play. The swing and Culture, he's just good for it. At the bottom of service. There's 3-3, the scoreline going into the half, Cthulhu. I mean, the Warriors, they now have the harder of the two tasks, heading over to the attack.
Yeah, the attacking side on Bank, that is, if it's not completely properly prepared, will be a rather painful venture. Now, we've seen Kraken previously when they have been, you know, consistently prepping Bank when it was like one of the newer maps. They would play quite a very aggressive game on the windows when it came down to the upstairs hold. Unfortunately, though, for them, they didn't get to see a whole lot of it. It was mainly just the ground floor and the bottom floor plays. But for Warriors, look, they will need to be quite thorough. Maybe, well, first of all, sticking that Jackal would be a decent idea. Flores as well could be an absolutely great addition, as long as they basically getting rid of as many of those utilities of Kraken as possible and leaving them to just essentially play around with their guns. I think this is where Warriors could really put a dent on the setup.
Oh boy, that is big brain. Popping the window preemptively so as not to be able to, you know, open it up with utility whatsoever. And given that they've picked up Shant's Thermite there for him, there is no security in widening the gap. That is a colossal brain play from Kraken.
Only that as well. I mean, you look at all of these repicks. Both Flores and Twitch gone. No more of that riddance of the utility is there. But it's quite a heavy lean into the fragging ability and the M870 from Tiltek. My goodness, the man is just feeling all sorts dirty. But I'm eyeing out this pick from Culture, Panda. The Ying. Could this be the big solution for them to just completely, well, wedge the Kraken out of their comfort zone?
Potentially, we'll have to see, of course. But I mean, I think it was Vince here, whatever you want to call him, from Wildcard that talked about it the most. That server stairs hold with the shield is so integral in this basement defense. I could be wrong, mind you. Maybe it was Turtle. It was someone from the OCN or formerly from the OCN, one of the two. But I mean, the fact that we are seeing not just the top blue hold here, they want to commit to that, but it's also that M870 for Tiltek to do it. He's going to do some damage. They will pop the vault hatch though.
Yeah, with hatches now starting being opened up, it seems like it is going to be a vault/elevator hatch pressure, which could be rather difficult to deter, given that Kraken have managed to, well, more so stack their utility towards the actual, well, server side, and that's exactly the punishment that, well, Warriors were waiting for. Schmidt getting the better of Seppi will be making it so that the C4 is no longer in the play. The Vector is gone. Quite a damaging result, and, well, now this does force Pluto to kind of play for two different flanks, and where he could be flanked out rather quickly, but As it stands, Kraken are electing to play a much more passive game here.
So, I mean, the biggest problem with that is that the pick is so much more significant given that, you know, on a bomb site like this, there are so many different avenues in.
A bomb has
Which
been
means that
located.
you now have one less player to cover one of those avenues, which means that if Warriors put all the eggs in the one basket, they could find themselves overwhelmed and outdoors.
Timing. Look at the timing as well. Schmid, just as Tiltic pulled away from that position, Schmid already concluding his push onto the service stairs and gets ridden off by Jordo Giraffe. This is already looking very dire. Warriors might just be able to claim this rather quickly.
Big Candela's in the vault, but it's Elements to find one before he goes down himself. Candela drop Hans has to duck out of danger so he can keep his screen non-white. But no, it's the dying moments of the Candela that hits him there, and he's going to be shut down. The Warriors dismantling the defense from Kraken, and that is a worrying sign.
Worrying sign indeed. Yeah, look, a good clean push and take. Warriors, we were initially worried about them for completely abandoning the what felt like a much more by the book pick of Flores and Twitch. They managed to make it work perfectly, almost as if it was part of their plan. And Executive Office and CEO Office, sorry, Executive Lounge and CEO Office will be the ones to be picked next. Now, for Kraken, I mean, I look at this lineup, very much starts leaning into majority of the players kind of almost playing offside. I mean, even Elements on the mute could be playing for a roam offside. Hunter, Seppi, Tiltic, 110% will be away, or rather playing around the main hallway. Now, question being, how will Warriors elect to play this out? Because already Bob switching over to Twitch is starting to kind of lean towards the fact that they are looking to take this more so frontally, head on through the eastern skylight stairs, and well, maybe we could see somebody like Schmid to play for a flank from behind. The Hunter could be that deterring factor for that. So quite a interesting lineup. And by the way, and they're stacking Zero, Twitch, and Thatcher to get rid of just as much of the utility as possible.
Yeah, this could prove itself to be detrimental. But I mean, the thing is, I think the biggest takeaway from last round is Tiltic playing a shotgun. I'm sure he's great elsewhere, but I mean, we know he shines in comp when he's given one of those long-range threat weapons. And he's going to be picking up the Mozzie this round, so the P10 Roni in hand is going to be just as vicious for him. And they were playing for the defense, which is not how you play the game at the moment. You play for the attack. You want to get up and aggressive in your opponent's faces. And I think if they just lean back into that, Kraken will be just fine.
Let's see if that is actually going to be the case. Given that so far it's been a relatively quieter, round comparative to a number of the previous ones, and quite certainly, well, Warriors are looking to just change things around, take it a little bit more kind of one step at a time. And this is a great play by Schmid, just trying to remotely get rid of that outer layer of the utility, but he did not spot the push out from the archives, where Elements could be a big player here to shut down the Zero push. Now Schmid could be very much knowledgeable about the rotation hole and the fact that the mute player is there, which could mean a number of problems, and the C4 presence from down below could be yet another upsetting factor here. But as it stands, Bopt is wreaking havoc here with the Twitch drone.
The Hibana ban means that you can't necessarily contest that long hallway upstairs towards Banana, because yeah, you've got the ace, that's cool, but you kind of need him to open up CEO. So your priorities have to be, it's kind of split down the middle. A lot of priority on these Argus cameras in the lobby, and it will split out the player sitting towards Tellers, but I mean, Elements, he's still known to win his ones.
Schmid kind of already having a good information on two of the players, expecting a gunfight here against the Elements, but unfortunately for him, does lose it out. Culture is there to back him up, though, with the boost, so at least that is being, to a certain degree, redeemed. But look at the time, though, Panda. Kraken have drained a fair amount of time, but just basically just not really pushing out, and that has kind of now left Warriors in a bit of a kind of conundrum as to, well, what do we do? How do we get it all done and dusted? But Elements' gunfight here will be crucial to the success of Kraken.
Jordo pinches in and we'll find the kill onto him. Culture, unfortunately, shut down, so you lose a mute, but you lose 2 more in response for the Warriors. And this is what you want if you're Kraken. They answer back in kind and they take some big damage. Schmidt as well put on the ground. Player in Janitors looking to get aggressive. Sean has the opening in, but the toxic canisters will block his path. He's going to tank it. Hunter drops Jordo. It's onto Shot now alone. And this is the Kraken we expected. He'll find one. He's good for it. But what more is he good for? He's got no time. And Kraken, literally, it's just freelo for them. Pluto finds the kill. A rare one for him. But Cthulhu, that's what we've been expecting this entire match.
But see, we've been expecting, you know, Warriors and Kraken to have a close one as well, given just, you know, the 2 different powers completely colliding against each other. For Kraken, they basically, all they needed to do that whole round was just sit on site. Sit on your designated positions, don't overextend, don't overswing, and Bob's your uncle, you got the frag. Well, minus Elements, who just completely blanked out on the fact that he was being flanked, and maybe it was just the sound engine playing a very cruel joke on him. But apart from
fair,
that,
he drew a huge amount of attention.
Oh yeah, he drew a huge amount of attention, yeah, and it is also partially on Warriors for just spending this much time and just trying to, you know, be thorough with the drones. But on a map like Bank, especially on the setup that is CEO, you kinda do need to be thorough, because there's quite a number of very cheeky angles that the moment you make entry, even from the ATMs, through the open area, through the electrical entrance, it's just, you have to contest 3+ angles, and that's something that you don't want to do, or rather can't afford, especially in the context of how impactful this very matchup can be.
I mean, speak of matchups, look at the 2 players that are leading the lobby right now, Tiltek and Jordo. I mean, Jordo, it's not necessarily what we expected. He's been a little bit quiet for the team. Yeah, he's been there and been putting in numbers, but I mean, Bot was the player that we really highlighted to carry things. Jordo, I mean, him and Tiltek are going to be the ones, I think, to decide the outcome of this match for the most part.
Yeah, it's going to be ultimately down to these 2 performances. Yeah.
What is Seppi doing? He's on cams. Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah, Seppi is just out there relaying all the needed information. That post play could absolutely be huge. That is, if it's played correctly and doesn't get flanked out too early. Tiltek, though, getting the better of Schmidt. That is the jackal out of all the players. That is the last person do you want to lose in the early stages. Not the kind of lineup that you wanted, well, to happen to you. And Warriors, after being left pretty much flustered at the conclusion of the last round, are looking to crank up the aggression to the absolute maximum as Hunter connects with another C4.
That's absolutely massive. Tiltek's good for 3 upstairs. And this is why we have considered him a titan of the competition. He may have been asleep last week, Cthulhu, but he's wide awake. He's dead in this round, but he's already found 3 for his effort. Shot, bewildered, lost, and alone is being hunted by the remainder of Kraken to avenge their fallen teammate.
I'm calling this. There's already a talk happening. Boys, what happened? How did you all die there? I don't know. We just pushed Tiltek and then, well, just died.
Well, we saw him. Yeah. We wanted him, but he's just
couldn't get him. He's just built differently. So is Sean, though, because he just connected a nice double for himself. Minute 22, that's the 3rd one. Kraken needs to stop single swinging him, because that is a dangerous avenue. They've been shown that already multiple times, but look, they managed to wrap it all up. Round 10 is going to be up to them to take now. This has been one of the tightest games that we've seen, especially for Kraken, and we've been, at the beginning of Stage Panda, we've talked and asked ourselves the question, will there be competition for Kraken to start sweating about? Even Tiltek himself at the beginning of the stage said, nah, none of them. None of it at all. Warriors, though, gotta say, they've done a great deal of work of improvement and perfecting their play. Unfortunately, just for them, Kraken still feel like they're just one step ahead.
Defenders protect your bombs from being defused by
but it feels like they have made God's plea. That's what this matchup feels like. The Warriors have stepped up, gone toe-to-toe with Kraken, and right now, the Kraken are looking a little bit worse square. They're not out of the fight just yet, and there's a good chance they're probably still going to win it, but blood has been drawn.
Oh, yeah. Blood has been drawn plentifully, and, I mean, for very valid reasons, Kraken kind of got a little bit spooked there. So, oh no, we're about to lose our flawless streak. we need to do something, and well, something was done.
Oh, guys, we might lose the streak. Forget the money. Forget placement.
Forget the money. Forget the placement.
We might drop a map.
Hey, knowing Kraken, knowing Tiltek, that is exactly the reasoning there. Who cares about the position for OCN? They're already aiming and ready to strat the OCN players. They're here to not even just drop a single streak, and they're here to go absolutely flawless.
Well, I mean, the thing is, end of this week, we'll lock in whoever is on, well, the receiving end of the promotions relegations competition for stage 1, because OCN, they're a Playday ahead of us, of course. So their Playday 7, if I remember correctly, is going to be end of this week on Friday. OCL, we've still got one more week to lock it in, unless, obviously, Kraken win here, in which case it's going to be them. But right here in the 10th Cthulhu, they're looking to get things underway. They need 2 more rounds to lock it out. Until Tiki's back on the M870, but it's Jaeger.
Look, I mean, M870 could be a rather dangerous one. Look, yeah, not for that kind of long-range engagement, especially against Bopt, who has been feeling quite rather deadly on the Ash pick in general.
He needs to load in some AP20s.
Needs to load some AP20s. Look, yeah, maybe get on that Tarkov grind later down the line could be an idea. But apart from that, Kraken kind of just finally, I think, found their round-winning formula, and that is just being don't over-aggress, because Warriors are kind of almost taught to how to counter this very aggressive defense gameplay, and they were able to prove that to Kraken on a number of occasions during especially Kraken's defense. So now, once again, the same very push that caused the upset and turned the tide back into the side of Warriors and back into the kind of even Steven does mean that we might be seeing some interesting changes. C4 from Sepi unfortunately doesn't connect, which will be disposed rather promptly.
He's a little bit frustrated by that one.
Now it's actually a play for fully rotating gameplay for the actual west push towards downstairs, but there is quite a congregation of a number of New Zealand Warriors players around the archives and possibly even pushing the server stairs.
Seppi this time a little bit luckier, gets himself out of danger, and Warriors seem flummoxed. They don't quite know what call to make here going into the final 40 seconds of the round. They weren't able to get that pick, which obviously opened up Bolt and drew attention. Bot is solely focused on top blue stairs, which is where Tiltek is not going to be moving from, of course. They want to clear out bottom main. There is so much work for the Warriors to do. Seppi will finally be dropped. It's a down, it's not a kill. Look at that, Schmidt is desperately running towards Dirt Tunnel right now. Warriors don't know what to do in this round. Bot is going to be coming down, but there is no real resistance waiting for him. The shot's a good shot for 2, Bot for a 3rd. Bot shot will drop, and all of a sudden what looked like a great start crumbles apart. Elements is good for 2 and a 3rd. He's going absolutely massive with Hunter. And Kraken hold on for map point.
Oh my god, Elements! Calm down, son. That was absolutely insane what he did. Oh my goodness, look at the man. He's absolutely unfazed by that.
It's just another day at the office, innit? Honestly, that is what he does. I think he's yet to go for a quick bathroom break after that. Just the sheer excitement of the 4K. Until Tech Knight shaking his head. It's like, this is it. We close it out here. There is no overtime. There is no chance. They want this win, and they know that they are 1 round away from picking it up here. What absolute gameplay. And you can see Warriors are visibly frustrated that is how the round played out. They had a 4-2 player advantage that Elements and Hunter shut down.
They had the advantage, but they didn't have the time, Panda, and that's where they were caught flustered during that round. Visible, yeah, frustration is certainly there, and something that, well, this very timeout will be giving them to talk about as to, well, how do we fix this up? Is it too late to even fix up? Because that is a whole other different question. Have they reached the point of no return? Answer here, I think, might just be yes, and well, Kraken might just pull the trigger there.
That's the thing. We talked about it. If it goes to overtime, the result doesn't really matter, because it keeps Kraken 1 point ahead. Then all they have to do is win next week. So Kraken may have just locked it. Again, I'm not going to comment on the actuality of that result because we know what happens when I do.
I'm sure Mr. Liquipedia Nuttery, aka Nuttery, will be able to, you know, correct us later down the line and roast for our mathematical skills.
But
10 seconds to go.
it's also worth remembering Kraken face, you know, LFWO next week. And Warriors face off against 1620 Kings, which, I mean, former big dogs taking on the 1620 Kings. That's not ended well in the past.
Yeah. But do bear in mind that basically the big dogs that we kind of knew and remembered is no more. Matter of fact, I think when the actual active roster has now more so moved over to Odium. So, as it stands, look, whilst yes, Boff and King Grills are there as subs and coaches and, you know, the people for behind the scenes, actual active roster is no more in the majority of the sense. But already looking at the setup, it's kind of amusing to me. Culture actually full well expecting somebody to actually be playing top of the stairs, but alas, nobody is actually going to be there. Tiltek, though, on the other hand, around the archives area could be a big thorn in the side of that push, and the drone actually didn't check the archives, giving Tiltek a plentiful amount of ground to just re-swing and peek.
Oh, but
never mind.
ARX in the dome
yo.
found. Tiltek, unfortunately, going to be a non-factor here.
A bomb has been
In
located.
round number 11, Elements there as well, and a bit of trouble has been tagged, and we might just get full regulation rounds here, Cthulhu. If Warriors have anything to say about it, but Elements, look at this angle that he's holding. We could find one kill here, maybe transition it into another. Kraken could be right back in it with a grin.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. KRA might be at a little bit of a difficult moment here. Unable to find that opening frag. Element will need to connect his shots. No, ARX is just too good. Culture. Good for two. This may just be the one to push us to round number 12. Bopped as well gets the better of Pluto. This is... this is just pain for Hunter. Yeah, and that's some more compounding issues, but Seppi in a 1v4. Can he do it, Panda?
He's looking the wrong way entirely. Instrument will shut him down. We are going to get guaranteed full regulation rounds here, Cthulhu. Match point still for the Kraken crew. Warriors have one round to make it overtime. And well, I imagine we are going to be tracking away from CEO.
Yeah, CEO. Definitely didn't particularly work out too well. Stuff in open area could be... I want to say an interesting pick, but we've seen plenty of that from Warriors lineup, and they managed to do it pretty well. But whether Kraken will be able to do it or not, it's a whole different question. I'm liking, though, the lineup. The introduction of Maestro could do a whole great deal here, especially on a hold for the parking lot window. Tiltek on the Oryx, though, now that is the run-winning formula. The man was able to just absolutely pull out the opposition last time he was playing on the vertical, whereas the rest of the team, look, should still be able to keep it rather solid here with Seppi as well playing the pulse. That means more vertical from the below play onto the mainly, well,
10
the
seconds to go.
stock push.
Oh boy, Cthulhu, of course this matchup comes all the way down to the final regulation and potentially overtime, if we're being perfectly honest. The likelihood of that is increasing round by round. But Kraken, they're starting to show us what they're actually capable of. They're being pushed in a match of Siege, and they are hitting Warriors with everything that they've got right now. The Warriors doing much the same. This new and improved roster is looking like a real hot contender.
Absolutely, Warriors could really play for upset here. But again, yeah, for Kraken, they basically already achieved the bare minimum here with getting the match point. Hunter, though, rubs in the salt, and off you go from the windows, mate. None of that for Hunter, especially when he's playing with Tiltic upstairs. Seppi in the archives as well, but Bopped about to go in for the swing, and this time the drone is actually going to check the archives, pre-aiming, ready to roll, ready to rumble, And the Pulse is completely unaware of that, and to the back of the head, Seppi, good night.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, despite, honestly, I think it's the most ironic pick we've had all competition. The fact that Seppi, who is magnificent here, as Tiltek will find Schmidt, playing a bald FBI operator who unfortunately has none. Jordo will find yet another one, the LMGE power at range. Cthulhu, it's getting dangerously close right now. We're down to the 3 versus 3 at the halfway point in the round. And the utility's still available for both teams. Just carrying the nade. Ooh, Pluto just skating himself away.
Oh, man. Scary times all over the place. The plants are starting to, well, for the actual breach is starting to go down. Elements caught with his pants down, though, bopped. Fully sent in, leaving all up to Pluto for the time being. Solo on site, and no, Shant gets the better of Pluto as well. It's all down to Hunter to try to make a play, now generating the sound and showing that he's pushing. Well, he gets the better of Bob. At least that's the RX going, but still the AK-12 is in play. Still the not the Finker, the Zofia LMG coming about. The plant is about to be finalized, and Jordo finalizes the kill onto Hunter. Now we are going to overtime, but basically, well, it's a done deal.
The deepest run we have seen Kraken take this tournament, in courtesy of the Vodafone Warriors to boot. A team on the rise, looking to challenge the best of the best in the competition of Oceanic Challenge League Cthulhu. OT on the cards. With Kraken starting off on the attack, how do you rate it?
Look, I think we might actually have quite a solid attack from Kraken on our hands, given that Tiltik is actually looking to bring in the line, albeit I'm gonna call a cap on this one. Tiltek online feels like a little bit of a cop-out. And
he's on the other team. Bopt is playing cap.
Yeah, true, my bad. Capcam, though, is a good idea, given the sheer aggression that Kraken were able to showcase us on the offense. Capcam here could be a very unfortunate, very angry surprise waiting for Kraken to push into, and well, there we go. We finally do see the change of the operator for Tiltek, so switching over to the Sledge will be a little bit more up his alley. So looking at the overall kind of loadout and the op setup, very almost, I want to say, rudimentary here from Kraken.
Honestly, you got to wonder how much at this point the focus of the match is Tiltek trying to win it for the team, and how much of it is him trying to get the 20 bomb before the match can end. Maximum of 3 rounds, and he's got to find 6 kills. That's only 2 kills a round. That's entirely doable, but you know what else is doable? Elements coming in through server, and Schmidt there. Proximity alarm! No. He's been thrown! It goes off, and the last thing Schmidt hears is his own prox alarm!
The man unfortunately played himself there on that push. Does not really leave a whole lot of success for him, but you look at that, look at the difference of New Zealand Warriors. Zero presence in the archives, opening free real estate for Kraken to push into.
Oh, there is just something so comedic about Siege timing, especially in a comp match. Oh, you got to feel for sure. He's like, yep, cool, I'm going to throw this down, I'm going to be good, I'm going to play the prone angle, and he just hears it go off behind him as he turns, hits the prone button. Like, that is the stuff of nightmares in this game. But look, things will calm down a little bit. They do ease off, and I believe that was an ED. No, actually, maybe, I don't know. It was something explosive
that did
either
look
way.
Like an ADD.
But, I mean, potentially. No, Bopt has used the nitro, so look. It was
does
Bopt. We
match
know
the
it was
amount of
him.
damage.
There we go.
Oh,
there
no.
it is.
Okay. There's the finisher as well. That is actually a good play for Bob, because he knew exactly what was happening the moment that secondary hard breach device was planted. But thankfully this time for KRA, it is Seppi that went down, not Pluto. So the actual hard breach onto the side was committed to. So Kraken have very much the ground to pretty much pull it out and play.
That is going to be the Evil Eye cleared, though, thanks to Elements and the frag grenade. He does have the option and the ability to set up for his team to go for a cheeky little plant. Tiltek from below. This is a big power position. There's so many angles in play, but there was that lurk through tellers we just saw. I believe it was Bopped on the Capcan, lurking him from behind. Who could be a real problem? The Prince's position! Jordo finds one Bopp from that position I was talking about, finds another Culture in danger, and it's going to be an absolute wipe. Tiltek eats the entry denial device, and Cthulhu Warriors have the lead for the first time since the first half.
Well, scary prospect here for Kraken. Again, whilst they managed to basically accomplish, I believe, the bare minimum for their scoreline, it does still leave quite a number of things to really talk about and worth mentioning, and that is namely being, well, the fact that
Attackers need
they're about to lose their win streak. Whilst yes, they locked in the the prize pool, the promo spot, the top seeding going into the OCS from OCL. It would be a bit of a a hurty ego type moment there for Tiltek and Co. Given the fact that, well, it's been a bit of a kind of a so-so performance, but I think that at this point they're already starting to think about, well, how do we play against the OCN representatives in the Promo Relo game?
Yeah, look, I mean, even if they Kraken do drop it right now, the fact that it's gone to overtime has been enough to lock it in for them. So I've just done the math this time correctly. I had it double checked. There is no way Warriors can contest for first place. That is a big deal right now. And in fact, no one else can contest for it either. Kraken are in the clear. Honestly, they could drop this match. They could just absolutely flog it off. They could flog off week 7. But Kraken are a team to know. We know they have pride in what they do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to make it that little bit harder for Warriors and make them actually, dig as deep as possible to pick up the win here.
A bomb has been
Definitely.
located.
Yeah, look, Warriors being denied that three-pointer no matter what. It'll be hurting them once it finally sinks in, albeit I doubt that it's yet completely all wrapped up. I mean, we've seen a number of teams sitting on the match point for quite a long while and then not being able to actually, well, completely finalize the round. Hunter's in a position which is going to be rather difficult to initially predict, and kind of it will take a moment to realize, oh, that's a Mozzie sitting there instead of the railing.
They're all in E. Electrical. It's going to be the flood onto the site. Unfortunately, there is a barricade in play.
Oh,
Schmidt's
boy.
good for 2 massive kills. The flurry on through. And it might just be all over here for Kraken. Pluto's going to hold down. He can't. It's Hunter and Tiltek to make something magical happen. You can see they're both on his other screens right now. And the plant is going to be available, and Colton with a headshot. It's going to have to be an ace clutch from Tiltek. The swing, he's good for 1. Is he good for more? Does he know? Does he have any information? No. And the Warriors will upset, unfortunately for naught, Cthulhu, but Kraken have finally fallen.
Took us, well, 1.5, almost 2 full seasons of OCL to see Kraken fall, but it's already at the point where it was basically a done deal, albeit a much needed win for Warriors to keep themselves all happy.
I mean, impressive stuff week upon week. The Vodafone Warriors have been looking like they could be one of the top contenders, and they go and take down the top contender of them all. With that win, they pushed themselves into second equal, I believe it is, with Circular Spheres sitting on 11. But it's a bittersweet victory. They cannot contest for promotions anymore. Kraken are locked in. They needed a single point, and that's what they got.
Exactly. Well, as unfortunate as it is, though, for Warriors, they still can continue and keep pushing to just lock themselves in that second place, because it's still, I mean, that's quite a fair bit of money that is still there up for the taking, and obviously Warriors would definitely want to claim that number, as well, Circular Spheres and LFO are still gunning for that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's that difference between 2,500 and 1,500 between second and third, so I mean, why not take the money if you can make it happen for yourselves? Unfortunately, Kraken, we know what they're getting. Everyone knows they are locked in for first. They get promotions. They get the full 4,500. They're going to be sitting pretty. But, I mean, the Warriors, they're the winners today. We should be focusing on them. Impressive
absolutely.
stuff.
Absolutely. Huge performance from them. And look, it took them a moment to, fully wake up. But once we got to the second half, it was just an absolutely solid performance, albeit it was still neck and neck up until basically was round 12 and then the overtime.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hardest we've seen Kraken work in a long time. I think the last time we saw them work that hard was against now Ground Zero in that Stage 3 finals. But the Warriors, I mean, they push on to the competition. They levy themselves as a real threat going into Stage 2 and Oceanic Championship Series. Are they going to be the team to fill the void if Kraken do promote, do you reckon?
I think they just might be. I mean, between themselves, maybe Antic, if they will be able to finally recover themselves after what was a rather upsetting Stage 2, and possibly even Circular Spheres, I reckon these three teams could really bring that element of upset, really, here to Oceanic Challenger League if Kraken do end up departing to OCN. But honestly, yeah, Warriors... we've had our concerns at the beginning of the stage. No more they are. It is now a very well-oiled machine.
And of course, joining us from the Warriors for a chat, it is going to be Sean to come in and give us the rundown on what happened. Sean, welcome to the interview booth. It's a bittersweet victory at the end of the day. You take down Kraken, but you also miss out on the opportunity to make it into promos. But let's be honest, that's not the important thing. What's it like to take down the Titans of the Oceanic Challenger League?
Man, it's fantastic. We can't believe it. I mean, I think we knew we thought we could give them a run for their money coming into this, and it's just fantastic to make it happen. A bit disappointing we didn't get those 3 points to help us secure second place, but I mean, still, look, that 2 points is good enough.
Look, talk us through what happened after the rather upsetting round. I think you know which one we're talking about. I believe it was the second attempt at the attack into the lockers in CCTV, where you guys started running out of time, and then Elements just absolutely, ended up scoring a 3, if not a quad. What was kind of in the talks during that pause after that round?
We didn't really worry too much about what happened in that round. We were all just focused on that next round. We knew what site they were going to go next, just getting prepped for that, really. Just trying to reset, focus up.
And of course, look, playing week to week, it's not just about the prize money. It gives you better seeding going into the Oceanic Championship Series, which is coming up just around the corner. In your mind, is there anyone in particular you'd like a chip away at in the Oceanic Nationals?
No, no one in particular. We just want to give it our all.
Well, look, after a match like that and after seeing the last couple of weeks, that's an exciting prospect, and we're super keen to see what you can do. But Sean, before we let you head off, anyone you want to shout out?
No one today. Cheers, guys.
Look, I mean, you leave it all in the server. You did it yourself. Sean, head off. We'll let you celebrate your victory. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Oh, boy. Look, Cthulhu, it brings nothing but joy. Yes, Kraken lose, but they get something out of it as well. And seeing the Warriors week to week, improvement upon improvement, to find themselves in this position, they're looking good, and it makes you happy.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, we were thinking initially, oh yeah, maybe Dynasty will be the ones to, be that big contender. Nah, no more. That's Warriors that are looking to claim that ground, claim that spot, and very rightfully so. I mean, that was a stunner of a performance, and I mean, even in the map veto stage, we were very much concerned for Warriors, given that they are going onto the map that has been kind of historically a very dominant one for Kraken, but as it stands, no more it is. And look, still, congratulations to Warriors. That was a phenomenal match.
Look, I mean, you got to remember, it is what is left of the big dogs roster. I'm sure Pac-Man down under somewhere is sitting there beaming at his screen. Boff and Kingra's behind the scenes will be absolutely stoked. But Cthulhu, that's not it. Of course, we are only just hitting the halfway mark of the evening. When we come back after the break, 1620 Kings taking on LFWO to see who can jump that little bit higher up the leaderboard before things end up and get better seeding. Cthulhu will be back after the break. An absolute stunner in match 2. The Warriors take down Kraken Esports in the upset of the stage. And Cthulhu, what a match it was.
Absolutely, Bank has been an absolutely just bloodbath when it came down to it, but now another one is upon us. 1620 Kings versus LFWO is looking to do just even more damage to the overall leaderboard, given that, well, LFWO has been struggling to find any more points after acquiring 7. From there on, it's been a bit of a slugfest. Same goes for 1620 Kings, as this matchup is there to first of all secure the top 4 position, at least for this week, and 2, well, to finally, well, find some proving here between the two rosters.
Yeah, I mean, 1620 Kings, for the most part of this stage, have just been battling to prove that they're a team that deserves to be in this competition and that they can go toe-to-toe with the best, whereas you look at LFWO, they've had some big matches, and we are going to see a bit of a fan favorite here, Cthulhu. Flux Zeus, picture perfect, back in the competition with LFWO. He's going to be taken to the field once again, but the man on our screen, Chef Jeff, is going to be one holding down the fort for 1620 Kings.
Yep. Look, Chef Jeff, the man, the myth, the legend, has been absolutely clinical when it comes down to any sort of gunfights with the shotguns, but the rest of the team has been performing rather well. KJ has been slowly but surely improving on the performance. Testa has been a very key member of the roster, so is Machine, who has been just an absolute just madman when it came down to quite a number of frags and rounds away. The title team looked a roster that has been kind of initially showing some signs of life, but then once things did go down to the actual, you know, performances, the continuous changes in the roster have kind of shown its rather ugly side and shown the cracks in the performance of this roster.
I mean, they are still a top 4 team currently. Unfortunately, even if they win, they cannot improve their standing anymore other than locking that position in. But it does set them out for, you know, a potential last-minute run in the final week of play. But Cthulhu, I mean, we are seeing some remnants of some very old teams from our competition. And I say old, last year, of course. But seeing these dynamic duos, I mean, Flux and Tesla coming out of the Warriors last year. I mean, Flux, one of the best IGLs in the competition. Tesla, a massive support to him along the way. Coming into this matchup, though, let's go to the vetoes and see where we're going to be playing it out here in match 3 of the day. Cthulhu, we've had Club, we've had Bank, we now go to Cafe Dostoevsky. And this is a map that historically has been one of Chef Jeff's best. Not necessarily for 1620 Kings, we haven't seen the whole roster play it, but if Chef Jeff plays well on this map, the team is sure to follow.
Yeah, I mean, as long as himself, maybe Machine, maybe as well Testa, do perform, this is where we might just see 1620 Kings shine very, very brightly. On the side of LFWO, though, look, their team have seen plenty of Cafe to be played out on different levels of performance as well. So I think
was that pun intended? Different levels?
Yes, yes. Yes, very funny. Blue Panda, thank you. But jokes aside, I think this could actually be a pretty close matchup as it is, given the general kind of just the things, given how close in general Cafe could get with the way how it does allow for quite a plentiful amount of roam game, and something that both of these teams have been pretty well proficient at.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the map itself, there, you know, those key players across the board that you're going to be looking at, the likes of Machine, if he gets his finger, if he's allowed to do his thing on the Jaeger on the defense, he could really, really upset LFWO. But then you look at the side of LFWO, Mackenzie is probably going to be the player that is most likely to cause damage. He is a man who, I mean, he's talked about it himself. He talked about it all last year. He loves the chaos. He thrives on it. He's one to embrace it. And that might be something that 1620 Kings struggle to deal with.
Yeah. Just like we have talked about Altazelios being the disorganized chaos, this is the organized chaos against what is attempted to be a organized order by 1620 Kings. And look, honestly, yeah, I'll have to agree with you. Mackenzie could certainly throw in a big spanner in the works, but the whole LFO roster as it is as well could do a lot of great deal of damage. I mean, even Tesla himself in tandem with Fluxus could be a very dangerous combo as well.
Well, we're off to the cafe. It's coffee time, of course. Just make sure you keep clear of the windows, the walls, the ceilings, and the floors, because it's about to get explosive. Operator ban phase just around the corner, and I mean, do we see any target bans, given that cafe isn't necessarily a map where you have to rigidly follow the meta ban?
I mean, we could be seeing something like a Hibana ban, given the just denying that remote breach will be allowing a number of different plays, maybe an ace ban even, but Flores Thatcher would certainly still make things right and make perfect sense, and will LFO do that very thing. So Flores out of the equation. To follow up, I'm assuming it is going to be, well, yeah, Thatcher, Valkyrie, and then Mira as kind of the conclusion of the ban phase.
Oh boy. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they stick with that or if they go their own way and make us look silly. But there you go, Thatcher off the board. No real supplies. Come on, Jeff. The good luck, have fun's happened a while ago. Get up with the game. Start getting your head in the zone. Nah, look, you love seeing the banter in Oceanic Challenger League. All these guys know each other. They play with each other. Most of them, if not all of them, are friends. But there we go. Valkyrie, understandable, on Cafe. Well, do we pivot here? Do we go the Whammy? Do we go the Mirror? What do you reckon taken out?
I think the Mirror is actually going to be the one to be picked out, given the sheer impact that she can provide. And, well, yeah, there she is. But, well, my ban would have been actually quite a spicy one, Panda, given both of the teams have been rather heavily leaning into the Wamai picks for a number of maps. And with him out of the equation, only having Jaeger will mean that the defense will have to be much more flexible, much more mobile about their positions, and won't really be allowed to play for that kind of anchor hunker down setup.
Well, we have an interesting lineup of operators being hovered currently. Whether we will see them all suck out, that's a different matter entirely. Machine, ironically enough, I think is the most likely to stick out his operator pick.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
I mean,
many
you
bombs
say
as
that
they
though.
can.
I could see Lonely play on the gridlock, given that the operator kind of plays in rather well for the flank watch. Plus, yeah, alternative to Nomad, I was just about to say, and Lonely will be switching over to Nomad, a much more, I guess, effective, you could say, way of that passive flank watch.
I mean, you say that Gridlock is now technically more effective, given that she has 4 track stingers rather than the 3. The nerf, the buff, sorry, that came through previously has been rather interesting to see played out. And I do believe we lost Cthulhu for a moment, so I'll just carry on talking. Round 1 underway, downstairs on the first floor for kitchen service. The setup looking quite clean, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's going to be the aggro setup in towards bakery as well, as you would expect from most teams at the moment in ANZ anyway. What is that long extension through service? Yeah, look, unfortunately we've lost Cthulhu. His internet has decided to pack it in for the moment, so he should be back in just a moment. Repels up to the top floor, K16 looking to try and take that top down clear. Doesn't look like there's too much in terms of investment upstairs on this 3rd floor. Rowan, Kinsey and Mackenzie. That's always fun to say. Roaming around together, playing a bit of a duel, but no, Mackenzie's going to head off to his own thing. They're going to split up for now. One towards Pixel, one playing on Cocktail. Flux loose there as well, coming up downstairs. So they know that this is starting up. They know that there is pressure being put on them on this 3rd floor. They know that there is going to be defenders in it as well for the side of 63 Kings. That drone as well going to confirm it that Mackenzie is getting aggressive at the drop in. Drifts finds the first. That's KJ down. Mackenzie will be traded back. Lonely covering the hatch will find the player in that cigar area. And from here, they can start to put their foothold down in the map. Flux Zeus as well, found from Laundry. They know that there's one there. Jeff getting aggressive, will be shut down, and they might just be able to get the pick up, but there's a player swinging down. Machine on the hunt, wants to do what he can. The frag grenade out, but the revive comes through. It's going to be the 2 of them running out of danger there. Flux Zeus back in play means that it is a 4 versus 3. Hitting the 92nd mark, though, things slow just that little bit. Machine in a great position to start pressuring down towards VIP, or even getting in above once the confirmation on players there in front of him. But it's this drone work that needs to be key for 1620 Kings if they want to pick up the win in this round. The player tucked into reading could be huge. Swinging at just a moment's notice, and Drifts has found a third. He's an absolute menace, but will be shut down by Lonely. Thankfully, in the right position to swing him out as he's caught on the reload. 2 players in, and not a single drone between them means that this is a tough prospect in the grand scheme. Time not on their side either as we hit that final 50 seconds. They're going to have to win some big gunfights. They do have the utility to open things up, but I don't know if they're going to get necessarily a chance. Tesla prone looking under the door. Not gonna, oh, he spots the feet, spots the ankles. That's Tesla. Back into the 2 versus 2. Can't finish him off, unfortunately. Don't have the line of sight to make it happen. But as we hit the final 27, that becomes even more impactful. They're going to look to jump up, get the diffuser control. Tesla still tucked in, and Kinsey's waiting, trying to get confirmation that he can go for the pickup here. Air jab and play. 15 seconds now remaining to jump in through small bake. Lonely on the follow, wants to make it happen. Flux falls, it's down, and Kinsey finds one. It's down to the 1 versus 1 with 6 seconds remaining. Testa has to go big, but he's got no information. 2, now 1, and Testa unfortunately not going to find the opening. LFO clutch up the defense round there, stealing it back from the absolute brink. And 1620 Kings, despite the good inroads towards the bomb site, are going to be absolutely kicking themselves in this matchup, knowing that they had that in their lap to make it a victory for themselves. Now, we're just waiting on confirmation that Cthulhu is coming back in a moment. He's joined back TeamSpeak, I do believe. So he hopefully will be back in the call. There he is! The man of the hour. Cthulhu, welcome back. You missed it. 1620 Kings, drop the bag.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
All right, I'm all good to go. Yeah, look, bit of a unfortunate result there from 1620 Kings and losing out the initial run. I mean, the lineup has been not particularly too initially promising, apart from, you know, the introduction of the Nomad, but given the circumstances that 1620 Kings is once again looking to get into the yet another round to try to essentially find their footing, find their, almost you could call it, identity. This is a little bit rather unfortunate as a start, but again, first round jitters.
Yeah, it's almost, it's a similar run to the Warriors, but the Warriors on the whole have been just successful. Everything's come together for them. 1620 Kings haven't quite hit their mark, but you know what's hitting their mark? This round, Cthulhu. I'm looking at operators 1, 3, and 5 for K16, and Jeff has found the opening.
Kinsey gone. Good night, my dear friend. Perfect weapon, actually, funnily enough, to use to get even the highlight of the player who decides to peek through the window. So Chef Jeff had literally everything lined up for him, and certainly the shot as well on top of it all. Now joining in, look, I mean, I'm still mildly, you know, skeptical about, wait, he was actually able to avoid that. That is actually nuts. Being able to
cover me.
I do believe we've lost to me. Oh no, there you go, you're back. Sorry, I thought you lost it there for a second. They push it in, Jeff's good for 1, but it's all a bit of a mess, and it comes up 1620 Kings way. They have the coverage to go for that plant, but do they have the players in line to make it happen? Jeff does not know that Mackenzie was there, tucked it around the corner, he's on the hunt, and he's going to hit the shots and win it for 3. It is now down to Flux Zeus in the post-plant position. A truly unfortunate round there for LFO Cthulhu. It looked like they had the mark as a Jeff. He's not done yet. Will be shut down for Flux Zeus's first kill, hitting that final 30 of the defuse timer. I mean, look, let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. Yeah, it was going to fall that way. But, I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves as a whole, is not a sniper just a long-range shotgun?
Yep, certainly it is. The OTS is a rather deadly weapon in the right hands, but yeah, a long-range shotgun is probably the best way to really describe this, given the general, you know, outcome of, you know, glass picks in the competitive scene. It's rather, you know, more so one for the meme lineups, but at least, look, Chef Jeff was able to find an opening with that gun, so might as well stick to using it. Not sure, though, how consistent that could be in performance, and maybe something like, yeah, change certainly is there. An introduction of Zafia, the operator, funnily enough, that Chef Jeff was initially attempting to steer away from, but once he actually got back on it, once he was feeling the strides, he was an absolute beast on the LMGE.
I mean, what a, you know, it's given to the dark side of the force, embrace the LMG and the chaos. And I mean, yeah, I mean, he was doing dirty stuff in the first couple of weeks with that LMG. You see him back on it. I mean, to be fair, he's still done dirty stuff with the OTS as well. So I think it's just a case of whatever Jeff has in hand is going to be a lethal weapon.
I mean, OTS has quite substantially lower ammo count in the magazine, so having just a full-blown laser beam, almost what feels like a laser beam sniper rifle that is the LMG in the current setup. Understandably so, the man wants to use that more. With plus with the ability to use the what's it called, the 2x scope as well. This not a bad idea at all.
Well, 1620 Kings scouting out, looking for information, want to get themselves in for that top down, or not necessarily top down clear, but it's just a straight punch on through. That's a good kill on McKenzie, but McKenzie, unfortunately, in a bit of trouble. Jeff good for a second. Flux Zeus out, and Jeff in trouble. That is not ideal. What is happening? This third floor defense is just being ripped apart.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Speed, sure, on the stream. Tesla does get the better of Chef Jeff, doing an absolutely solid job, making it at least not a flawless round. And, well, Machine and Co will need to make sure that they are cleaning up their act, because, yes, whilst they still have the player advantage, it could be nullified rather rapidly. Both Drift Zone and Tesla have the weapons to do so, and, well, Machine is very much ready for the swing to come about, but with Drift Zone down, it's all down to the Jaeger player of LFWO, who won't be really sticking around for too long.
Poor Tesla, he tried. He really did. But, I mean, 1620 Kings know how to attack this third floor, and it's not like they're playing a slow, methodical game where they're droning out, getting information, then going for that execute in the last sort of 30 seconds. No, it's smash, grab, siege. They are getting in aggressively onto the third floor. They are taking aggressive fights. And they are getting, I mean, they are getting the player majority. And I say majority by, like, you know, 4-2, 5-3. They are getting a significant majority by that 90-second mark.
It's been so far a nice and kind of consistent amount of damage that has been given away and dealt by 1620 King. Now they just basically need to continue doing so. After that initial hiccup, everything else so far seems to have been a relatively clean run, as much as clean can be. But I mean, only just a singular round differential does mean that there's still plenty of opportunities for an upset, especially for LF4 to dish out some very heavy amounts of punishment. And Tesla, I mean, if he is running a UMP with the actually no, I don't think magnified UMP is there in the hands of Pulse. It's only for Castle, but regardless, it could be quite a dangerous weapon to use for the run out.
And we both know for a fact that magnification isn't everything, and this is even a deadlier approach to the game, as we have seen time and time again. It's going to be kind of brutal. Oh, look at the info. He's got 3. The Nitro ripped, unfortunately. Just a little bit early on that commitment. Not onto the right hatch, but Tesla he's given 1620 Kings food for thought.
Yeah, quite a scare indeed. So, certainly something that 1620 Kings would rather avoid as much as humanly possible, but rather early drop down, and Machine wants to already start applying that pressure as early as he can possibly make it so, with the Yokai drone being scouted out as well. This is a lot of the information gathering utility that has been denied from the hands of the defense.
Unfortunately, again. Oh, you're back in. Well, you're back in, you're ready to go. And luckily nothing significant happened while you were gone. It is one of those things. Technology is a bit of a... I wonder, it has to be us. I wonder if Pulse or Mute have to deal with these issues.
I wonder, yeah.
Maybe you need to hit up Harry for a Rainbow Six PC.
Wouldn't mind actually our 16th PC, but looks maybe later down the line. But as it stands though, Chef Jeff just nails quite a quality shot onto Drift Zone, which does open up a plentiful amount of opportunities, but interestingly enough, the ADS has still managed to keep holding a stance. Oh my lord, that is a lot of throwables that have been completely drained out with literally no return on investment, and even now still unable to frag out.
It is still the most bizarre thing to be seeing someone swing a corner just holding down mouse 1. Jeff tucks himself in behind one of the bars and gets the kill onto Kinsey, getting aggressive at McKenzie there. Okay, it's a good thing that he was already dead. Lonely would have been minced if Jeff had anything to say about it. But right now, the player advantage there for the 16-20 Kings. Time advantage in favor of LFO. They don't have any nitros, unfortunately. But it's this downstairs pulse that could really upset if the push is to be made onto the site. They're still clearing things out, Cthulhu. They have not given themselves nearly enough time. Down to the final 20. Diffuser in the hands of Tester, and they are not any closer to getting onto the site. There we go, Tester. Ducks on in. Is there anyone to even deny the shotgun? It's too high! But Machine whips in a big way. And the plant is going to be good. Now it's the Vert. And it's Tesla to try and clutch up.
Oh, no!
He's got support, though. Flux Zeus helps his teammate out. KJ above on that cocktail balcony. Something has to give. And with 30 seconds remaining, Tester, he's in a bit of danger. Tesla falls, and it's now in the hands of Flux Zeus coming back into this roster.
Oh. Wait, he didn't see him!
No, that's a big misplay. Unfortunately, Flux doesn't have the info. And it all comes apart. LFO just missing out in the tail end there.
Just missing out indeed, but look, a little bit of a scary moment there for 16-20 Kings, halfway down the line there. Could have gone absolutely haywire, but thankfully for them still able to keep up this pressure. And look, while still getting the plant and only close to the end point of the plant did Machine go down, was still basically just about enough to seal the deal there. As long as the Buck would have had the position, well, under his control, that would have been pretty much it. So good job to 16-20 Kings, as they are looking much more dominant now comparative to a number of their performances from the last weeks, and we could possibly see some sort of continuation maybe.
Now, Cthulhu, I just did a bit of checking behind the scenes, and it seems we've lost him again, unfortunately. But 5 rounds played, or 5th round about to be played. 16-20 Kings up by a significant way, and McKenzie is going to be running the M870 Jaeger here right now. There we go. He's out, unfortunately, but we'll carry on. Unperturbed and uninterrupted. 16-20 Kings have the lead, and they're going to be looking to attack. Tester hasn't even been touched on. Is 6-0 right now. His opponents have yet to be able to touch him and take him down. The man is a bit of a... Ooh, okay. Cheeky little angle being contested there from the main double. Almost finding the back of, I believe it was Drift's ankles tucked into VIP. No, Tesla, sorry, on the smoke. First 30 seconds, it's all an info game for the side of the 16-20 Kings. They want information, and it does come at a price, unfortunately. They risk losing out to themselves if they don't get the drones in and have them in position for the later stages of the round. Machine already down through the red stairs hatch, just jiggling around trying to find out if there's any presence upstairs on the 3rd floor. But Jeff is already miles ahead of him. He's pushed through the skylight and he's heading towards white. Wants to confirm that there's no one up on this 3rd floor, and in fact there is no one. Now it's on the drones to scout out and figure out what, if any, resistance is actually up above the 1st floor. Jeff is just not waiting at the moment. He's just continuing to push on through, wants to accelerate this play. Finds himself in a winning position and wants to make it even more solidified. The Vert is well being threatened here with the breaching charges. Nitro is going to be nice and deep through the gap, but unfortunately not onto a single member of 16-20 Kings for the moment. This is the Kenzie position though. He's going to be absolutely insane if he can find something with that M870 from the red stairs. It's a great gun, but when you compare it to the 416 at range, it is a pea shooter at best. We are getting dangerously close to that final minute. 16-20 Kings have struggled to give themselves time in the past, and Mackenzie has support, spots the player from range, but it is still an M870. They are going to be able to shoot it out. Oh, Jeff! He's going to find the opening onto Mackenzie, who too little too late retreats out, and so the drifts as well will fall, Cthulhu. This is looking concerning for LFWO. I believe we have you. I can see it. I think he's there. Either way, Machine is in danger. They're going for the plant, though. Right now, they've tucked themselves in, but just across from the Chansey. Tesla getting aggressive and find the kill on the Lonely. Flux there for one as well. But it's answered back with a massive kill from Tesla to bring it down to 3 versus 2 with time ticking away in favor of the attack. Big kill onto Tesla, and Tesla locks it down all on his little lonesome. Cthulhu, that is 4 in a row, and Tesla is still deathless here on Cafe.
Absolutely, yeah. Tesla, rather, doing just Tesla himself, yeah, doing a phenomenal amount of work. Look, seeing 4-1 scoreline for 1620 Kings has been a phenomenal things, and look, first time in a while we've seen them perform this confidently in this kind of matchup, given that this is the one that does decide quite a number of things, namely, the positioning for that top 4 lineup.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, Cthulhu, before you departed, unfortunately, you disconnected at the prime moment. I'm not actually sure 1620 Kings want to win this matchup, because they would then take LFO's position in the standings. And unfortunately, he may have disconnected there again. I'm never going to get to tell the man the story, unfortunately. The setup is coming through. They're looking to lock it all down. Right now, at a 4-1 scoreline, 1620 Kings are looking good to take the 5th as well. We're back and we're ready to go. Yeah, he's in. Look, it is what it is. You got to battle through. Now, what I was trying to say, Cthulhu, I don't think LFO want to win this match, because if the standings finish with 1620 Kings leapfrogging LFO going into OCS, do you want to know who that 4th position team will be facing off against? It's the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, who would that be?
It's the Chiefs that they have to fight in OCS
Christ.
if they do make it into 4th, because the Chiefs are currently 5th.
Yep. Look, it is going to be rather difficult within OCS in general. Whoever gets to fight against them, yeah, playing against Chiefs is the last thing that anyone wants to have happen. But again, look, it's something that worth to keep in mind. I say that, though, that is a big opener for Kinsey.
Yeah, look, Jeff has to pay respect there. That was a ripper of a shot, given how bullied Kinsey has been up until this point. And I think maybe just a bit of frustration mounting there.
Yeah, a lot of frustration is certainly there, especially given how good the whole run has been for K16 in general.
Oh.
And already Machine just absolutely just keeps on going with a drive-by. That was a clinical swing.
Kinsey, unfortunately, will return to being bullied in this matchup. He got dropped hard there to Kinsey. Kinsey knows where he stands. It may have been a sharp shot at the Jeff, but he knows where he is currently. It's worth it, and unfortunately, look at that, Cthulhu. Testa is 10-0 right now.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Never mind, he's dead. He's dead.
Nope.
I cursed
Had
it.
to jinx it. Had to curse it. It's possibly that we are looking at round 6 to be the 4-2 scoreline, but by this point, the plentiful amount of damage has been already dealt to LFO. 1620 Kings looking to still keep up a very dominant performance here overall, and I mean, the defense for them should be still a pretty good lineup overall.
The only problem being that it was the last toxic canister, so there is limited to no utility to deny. It's going to have to come down to gunfight. The swing out to Pixel. KJ just mops it up. Unfortunately, he does fall to drifts across the way. The shots are going to have to be crisp here from Lonely. Dangerous game as it is. Walking through. Lonely can't do it, unfortunately. It will be the 4-2 half. Elikwo, they claw it back just a little.
They sure indeed, but there's still quite a 2-round buffer between the two rosters, and 1620 Kings are still sitting
Yeah, look, it's playing a risky game. So is LFO right now. Unfortunately, it's hard to say who is holding on that little bit better at the moment. But LFO head on to the attack. They're going to look to do something spicy as Mackenzie currently hovering the Nook. 16-20 Kings, though. I mean, Cthulhu, they've taken a 4-2 half. They now go into the defense, which is arguably their best side currently. And on a map like Cafe, which is one that should work for them.
Absolutely. Now, being on the defense, LFO, well, for LFO, this is going to pose quite a number of problems, given that, well, getting, generally speaking, into Cafe rather safely, it shouldn't be as much of a problem, but more so establishing a good foothold. That is a whole different kind of worms that is, well, going to be quite rather difficult to open up for LFO, I would imagine. Okay, 16 though, look, they're all keen, they're all happy with the way how things have been swinging so far. Look, losing out on 2 rounds, not as bad of a result as it is, but obviously they would have wanted to, you know, clear it all up in the ideal world in a 6-0 scoreline, but still, they ended up getting the better end of the bargain.
Well, we'll have to see. It's not over yet. LFO may just call this back. Who knows? But, I mean, look. K16 have the tools. Again, they have the tools to close this one out. LFO have the harder of the 2 jobs. And Mackenzie, the lurk monster that he is on this Nook, could very much upset whatever sort of defense is there. But this is something that I've not seen in a long time. The deep. Let's talk about deep. Tester, MK14, or Rudy Rome on the first floor.
Yeah, Tester has the ability even to also run out to upset whoever decides to, you know, rappel over to the piano windows. But no call out has come out yet, so he might just be able to push up the red stairs where he could find a nice cheeky double.
And already you can hear the utility going to work for LFO to open up angles into the site, and if only it was as easy as that for Tester to look up and get those kills, but no, they're not in a position that he can actually do that. But the jump at a small bakery window could be a different story. Not to be. Tester is just going to lurk himself up the stairs slowly but surely. That's the power of an Aruni. He has the one-punch ability. He can just pop that window and go for gold.
Yeah, and it should be.
I do believe we've lost him again, but that nade kill, here we go. You missed the nade kill, it was a good one, but it's unfortunately onto Jeff as well, who's your smoke.
Also gets the better of Lonely, which does make things a whole lot more spicier, but Kinsey does go down. Machine still able to hold on to his position. Now, Testa actually has even more now swinging potential to absolutely deny this, but with the air jab popping off, his position is revealed.
I'm sorry, there is just something funny about a player staring dead at an air jab and then eating it anyway. He will find a kill on Mackenzie, which puts it into a 1 versus 3 in terms of the clutch ability of this round. Another air jab to go out, player deep on the cocktail. What a headshot onto Flux, and that brings it to the 1-2. Drone in play, will spot him, and I think we might have an audio bug in the server as well, because I could hear that, and Tester was well and truly bamboozled by it. 20 seconds remaining, shots into the corner, it's the mouse one from Tesla to try and lock down the long angle. He's going to jump out, player on the rappel. The defuse is tucked into the corner though. He's going to have to win this. Not too much time to do it, Cthulhu. I think, unfortunately for K16, it is going to be an LFO round despite Tester and his magnificent play. He's out, and unfortunately it's not going to be enough. LFO, they take themselves the first round of the second half.
Certainly they do, and what a great way to possibly find themselves a return on the cafe. So far, it's looking to be very much attacker-sided. Looking to prove to be quite a challenge for 16-20 Kings to keep up with the sheer amount of swinging potential that LFO unexpectedly have managed to be able to bring back, despite a rather unfortunate start on the first half and the conclusion of it being 4-2. Only 1 round now separates them from being on a draw, and yeah, it's certainly not been particularly ideal for K16, as they would obviously want to keep as much of a distance as possible between themselves and LFO.
And down to the first floor we head, into kitchen, of course. 16-20 Kings only leading by a single round now. Machine will pick up the Jaeger, so he can get a little bit more aggressive with a 4.16 carbine. But I mean, it felt a little bit lackluster on the defense, and I did appreciate the roam down on the first floor for Testa, but I think maybe if he had been on something like the Jaeger last round, it might have been, might have done a little bit more.
Indeed. Maybe we could see that change coming in soon. Apart from that, the spawn pick could come about, which could be rather big. Jeff has the lineup. Can he find the shot, though?
We appreciate ambition here in the OCL. Oh my god, he was pixels off Mackenzie's head there. Could you imagine? There would be no living it down for LFO if Chef Jeff had pulled off a spawn peak like that. We've lost again, unfortunately. But look, we carry on. Testa. That's a big kill onto Tesla, lonely on the ground as well. But look at that. LFO already in the site. Testa in danger. Has to vacate. The premises, and Jeff with a wild swing will find Flux and take him down. Reclaims a lot of that ground already. Kinsey still down. Drifts and Mackenzie trying to hold on for dear life. The plant's still yet to go down, and we're still in that first minute of play as well, mind you. Nano boost is good, and Kinsey was in the site the whole time. Jeff had no idea, and it will be a trade between Testa and Kinsey to leave it down to Jeff. Sorry, Machine and KJ lonely on the ground, and it's Drifts and Mackenzie on the attack. This is not at all how I imagined 16-20 Kings thought the defense would go. The revive should be good. Lonely back up and in play. Cthulhu 2-on-3 now. Make that a 2-on-2. I jinxed it again.
Jinxed it indeed. Yeah, Driftzone and Mackenzie are the last two men standing. Looking to, well, introduce that spanner in the works. No, the plan did go down at the final moment, but it's all down to Mackenzie to try to make a play. Mackenzie lands one, could not land two, though. Overpowered at his position. It's KJ to get the better of him. 5th point for 16-20 Kings, looking to keep on doing the good work here. And, oh, man.
Every single time I see the bearing 9 with iron sights, it hurts my soul. But what doesn't is KJ with a big clutch up in the round for 16-20 Kings. Hey, as much as I've loved seeing him on this team, he has struggled to sort of find his role and find his place amongst them. And for him to hit shots like that and win a round like that really does, you know, start to indicate that he is coming into his own.
Absolutely. So far, so good. We've been waiting for those kind of answers from KJ to, you know, start showing those signs of life, and, well, finally, certainly does. I mean, you look at the scoreline, not as impactful as Testa's 15-3, but certainly still being able to make those frags count where where they are needed the most. And for LFO, look, they're starting to slowly run out of all those opportunities for being able to catch up to 16-20 Kings, and one more round, that's match point. That's already the 3-pointer denied one way or the other, and after that it's the match and the rat race for essentially whoever wins out the overtime, if it does get to it.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, round 9 could be big. If 16-20 Kings can get match point, they might just be able to close it out before LFO can make a comeback, but if LFO pick this up, bring it back within what again, it's just that niggling feeling in the back of your mind that your opponents are just on your tail and you can't escape them, and that's something that a team at a deficit can utilize to pick up a win.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
We'll continue.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I mean, look, Cthulhu, if you are LFO, knowing that you're in this position where you could conceivably catch 16-20 Kings, I mean, do you throw something out of the ordinary? Do you go for the rush plays? Do you take the risks, or just play it as standard?
I think even just basic pressure onto the cocktail area could do a great deal of work, and, well, Tesla from down below could also throw in a big spanner as long as those white stairs push could be deterred and completely shut down, and any sort of presence of the shotgun is gone. Swing to come around. This could be big. All prepped and ready is the smoke player. And as it stands, a nice set of trades, and the frag does get the better of Chef Jeff. Now that is good for gold.
I thought for a moment he was going to get out, but it's lonely on the Mackenzie machine onto Tesla. And all of a sudden it's coming apart. Cthulhu, Testa dies to the Claymore. Aleph, whoa! How did they pull that out of the bag? They were in a significant deficit. Yes, they got the plant down, but it just all crumbles in the final moments.
Well, seems like the buff to the Claymores finally worked out. Finally came in rather big, rather clutch, and well, LFO once again in only one round away contention from the from evening out the scoreline. Would be a rather big turnout if that is the case. But round 10, look, it seems to be like tonight is going to be the night of all the close plays, close contests. Could possibly see maybe even another overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Possibly.
defused by attackers.
But look, let's not count our chickens before they've hatched. We head back to reading once again. I mean, Tester is I mean, just absolutely having a massive game for the team right now. 15-4 with 10 rounds played. If that doesn't show how big of an impact he's having, I don't know what does.
Yeah, basically the definition of the carry right now for 1620 Kings, pushing as hard as he humanly can. And look, I mean, that was already quite a gargantuan effort from him. Now, though, the rest of the team will need to start pulling up because LFO are very much hot on their tracks.
Hot indeed. Hot indeed. 1 point now separating that tie. Mackenzie, I mean, look, it's a bit of a spread matter across LFO right now. It's sort of everyone just pitching in to make it all work, whereas at K16, it's Tester and then 6 kills behind him, Jeff. Which is kind of startling given the previous record for 1620 Kings. Looking for info, looking for what they can find. I mean, LFO, they've got their work cut out for them.
Work cut out for them indeed. Jeff could certainly still catch up quite nicely, still on 9 kills. Could do a great deal of work.
I mean, look, Jeff has been one to prove that he can do work even in dire circumstances. I mean, you remember all the way back Swingsman Stage 1 last year where 3 matches in a row, he dropped 17 kills to try and carry his team to victory. Right now, though, he doesn't have to do all the legwork. He can sit there and play that IGL role as you're so accustomed to doing. But already, LFO in the building looking for info, getting that top control.
Indeed it is. Well, Kinsey has the opportunity to possibly take the gunfight at the top of the white stairs, but thankfully for maybe him or maybe for 1620 Kings players, they elect to not do that very thing, albeit in comes the swing. Could be big, but spotted out at the last moment just to detonate the Goyo canister.
KJ tucks himself a little bit deeper on the stairs, knowing full well what happened to Jeff last time. Mackenzie, though, he's in the middle of bar. I was going to say the site, but it is not the site. The site is below Nade deep, but unfortunately not accounting for the fact that Machine is in backstock, stuns are throwing. But unfortunately, it's not going to net them anything but another player down. Fluxus in Cigar Lounge wants a long angle, and Kinsey finally breaking the strike. Tester for his 17th in the round. Massive stuff. Machine will fall, but there's too many other players to deal with. So will Tester. Jeff from below with the shotgun. And Jeff for another below. Through the vert. My God. K16. What a way to take map point.
Indeed it is. Clean deal there from K16, managing to just absolutely nail that performance. Oh so well, oh so perfectly. And yeah, look, LFO once again being left in the dust, being left in that 2-point differential. Now, according to the script, well, we would possibly see LFO win out the next, well, rather this round, and then 1620 Kings to wrap it all up in a 7-5, possibly. But again, LFO could still turn over the whole momentum upside down.
Oh, honestly, I think LFO were like, yeah, cool. We dropped down 1 place, but at least we don't have to face the Chiefs potentially in the OCS. So you got to wonder, maybe there's a little bit of intentional throwing so they don't get whopped out of the OCS. There's look, no. In all honesty, 1620 Kings are playing a hell of a game of Siege right now. They are playing out of their minds. Tester in particular. I mean, plus 12 on Cafe.
Yeah, absolutely, just huge play here from Tester, just being able to keep up, just pulling off these kind of numbers. Almost kind of brings that reminder to how Ornami back in the early stage, in the first week for 1620 Kings, how he was big impactful players. Same Tester's now pulling here all the big performances.
5 seconds.
There he is. LF won't. Can't afford to make mistakes in the next two. Jeff again. Looking to get aggressive from the VIP entrance. Or siege timing. Just misses his opportunity there by a second. If he'd stuck it out, he might have found the opening. Maybe not the kill, but the opening at the very least. Well, for now, LFO, they escape unscathed. Or...
Two. Machine is the one to take some damage off screen as well. Will not be really making things a whole lot more difficult, as somebody needs to come and pick this man back up, but it's the OSMG and Spotted as well. Needs to run. How is he alive is completely beyond me. Needs to get revived. No, downed as well.
Chef Jeff, he plays a risky game of Siege most days, and unfortunately they won't be able to get...
Eh?
Just... Oh,
okay.
That's unfortunate. Kinsey, yeah, unfortunately we caught that whole thing there, buddy.
Oh, but that's the thing, though. He aimed at it. He aimed at the body.
I don't know. The Siege is a janky game some days, but for the most part, it's been good today. I mean, I suppose the hit model probably is a little bit different when a player's down as opposed to alive as well. But right now, look, they're getting in Tester. He's dangerously close to the 20 bomb Cthulhu. 2 more, and he's going to hit it. And there are 4 players remaining, or potential frags for him to find. Machine will find the Kona station. They hunker themselves down and look to bear the storm that will be LFO's execute.
Indeed they will. This could be absolutely big. If 1620 Kings can hold on, this would be rather a big upset, and LFO could possibly flog out on this very round. Minute to go. And you still have Lonely, you still have Test, you still have Machine, so all of the able players. But no, that's not how you do it. That's a down on the ace as well.
Yeah, friendly injured indeed. Block Zeus, unfortunately, the one to drop drifts, and that is a pretty significant oversight to be making this deep into a match of Siege when you're at the deficit as well. Tesla primed and ready from the main street, wants to come in, pinching through whiskey if he can. Machine's the one waiting to receive. Head spotted, not connected on, unfortunately. We head to the final 25, and things are really starting to ramp up here. Execution needs to come. The concussion sneak, Kinsey with a kill on a Lonely. Tester and Machine to hold off the storm. Machine gonna rotate around. Wants to find a pinch, wants to find some sort of denial. Tester, he finds the kill and then Infuse. He's found a follow-up. That's 20 for him in the round. Kinsey falls as well. And 1620 Kings take the map.
Absolutely scrumptious result here, and one way to really...
What a map. And Jeff, he's just highlighted Cthulhu, a new kill record
up
in the Oceanic Challenger League. It was previously set at 18, but Tester has done 2 better to set the bar even higher, and what a way to do it as well. Truly impressive stuff. K16 come out swinging in week 6.
Absolutely. Well, that's one way to really score themselves that 3-pointer, and a much needed kind of return to form finally here. And what a job by Tester.
Look, on the Aruni as well with the DMR in the second half. It's beautiful. You love to see it, and you love to see K16 picking up a win. I mean, the whole team, even if it was Tester with 20 by the end of the map, the whole team were playing some lights out Siege.
Oh yeah, it has been an absolutely phenomenal result, an absolutely phenomenal win, and yeah, look, finally this does propel 1620 Kings into the top 4 positions, which will be now opening a possibility to contest as well for the top 3 too.
That's a big shift in momentum. It also does mean that they might have an interesting run come OCS, but I mean 1620 Kings, they have struggled to find their place in this competition all year. The rebuild happened, they weren't quite sure roles-wise, what to do, who plays where. And yes, Tester did drop 20 kills, but on the whole, the team looked comfortable. They looked to be playing their game, they looked to be hitting their stride, and yes, it came a bit closer towards the end, but that was a very promising sign for the team.
Absolutely. Finally, that all of the trials all finished up. Now it's time to actually, show the performance and show how the team feels when it's at its full speed, at its full strength. And, well, that's exactly what has been given to us.
And look, we're probably going to have a bit of a chat with the boys in a second. If we'd imagine it's probably going to be Chef Jeff. Unfortunately, we won't get to talk to Tester. But before we get there, I mean, Cafe Dostoevsky, a map that is in its own right heavily volatile. You're expecting runouts, you're expecting spawn peaks, but both teams actually managed to handle the map quite well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both teams were able to apply a pretty significant amount of pressure. Just unfortunately for LFO, the attack was met with a lot of problems, namely in the time management department, and that's exactly where they ended up falling apart. And look, something very much worth to keep in mind once they do get back to the drawing board and start repracticing for the next matchup.
And we are going to be joined by Chef Jeff, at least that's who I was told it was, from the 1620 Kings, coming in to the interview booth. Jeff, look, let's get down to basics. How sore are Tester's shoulders after that match?
Oh, come on, we all helped, but Tester did get the Tester did get the call tonight.
Record-setting match.
He's definitely not the best. Definitely not one of the best, and his last round pick definitely was not an auto pick because he wasn't loading in, but auto pick to his best operator, and the DMR is just broken. So we said, you're good for 3 this round, and he got the kill record. So he's just the best, no? Am I wrong?
It was built differently, indeed. Yeah. But going into Cafe, was this something that you were expecting to put up this kind of a performance? Is this the kind of the K16 that is finally reaching the final form, or are we expecting way more now from you?
Well, our defenses still suck, so yeah, we've got a lot to work on. But as I said last week, we're very strong on our attacks. We feel very comfortable with what we're doing every week before the game starts. We help them do a custom game. We dry run our attacks, what we're aiming to do, what obstacles might come in our way. And that's kind of probably what's contributing to us being able to, I guess, play as coordinators we are in those attacks. But we're we're halfway done, I'd say. We've still got a lot of work to do, and we're getting better.
Now, Jeff, if the competition was to end today, we just, OCN done today and going into the Oceanic Championship Series, are you happy with your standings going into that matchup, given the seeding possibilities and all that?
I think the fact that we have another week gives us a bit more time to work on things and prove that we have a lot more to give.
Is that more because you know that if we finished here, you'd be facing the Chiefs first round of the OCS?
What?
Or...
What?
They're currently 5th. You're in 4th.
What?
That's how it works.
Is OCN done, or do they have another week?
Right.
No. So they finish up this week. We finish up next week. So look, you're not locked in.
Okay.
But, I mean, look, I'll ask you the question I actually wanted to ask you. So with OCS around the corner, is there a particular team in the OCN that you would want to face off against?
I don't think we have any preference on who we play. I think personally, the better team we play is better. I think we go into a game and we learn more from it. Yeah, I see Cthulhu's face. He's like expecting some smack to come out, but no. No, look, I think there's a lot to gain from the OCS.
Against Archie or
Oh well, I mean, Onami would be fun to play against, but they're locked 8th now, so I don't think it's possible we play them. It's unfortunate because I'd love to play against those boys. They're pretty funny to. When we were in scrims against them, there's a lot of banter in the chat, and I think it'd be fun to have that game. But whatever team, we're gonna focus on ourselves and learn from it.
Look, it's an absolute pleasure having you in the interview booth, Jeff. Before we let you head up, anyone you want to shout out?
Well, for one, I'm sorry that it couldn't be Tester here today. We weren't expecting such a performance. But he's just the best. So shout out to him, K16. I know the org people should have been in chat today. I think they were telling me they were able to watch. And the boys, we've been working hard the last week of prac. We've been getting a lot better, and we take every win in a stride, and we go up from there.
Well, look, it's an absolute pleasure having you here as always, Jeff. We look forward to seeing you again possibly next week. Head off, enjoy the victory.
Possibly.
Go and give
Cheers,
Testa
boss.
the praise he deserves. go shower him with everything. Cthulhu,
True,
match
true.
3 done. A new kill record set. And what more could you ask for from Playday 6?
Absolutely. Look, we already had absolutely a heater set of matches, and we still, I believe, have one more.
And indeed we do, heading into our final match of the evening. Coming up after the break, it is Antic R6 taking on Dynasty Esports to close out the evening. When we come back, we'll jump straight on into it. Have a good one.
Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes down the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Love's supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life. So fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly, lower line, change it. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Change it.
Coming into the final match of the evening, we are just trying to resolve some back-end issues, so you're just going to have to put up with me for a little while longer. Coming into this matchup, of course, hot off the back of a kill record-setting match between 1620 Kings and LFO, we jump on into Antic R6 versus Dynasty Esports. This team and this competition between the two is mired in, well, a bit of history before the season, everything coming into it. There is a lot on the line for this matchup, and it has come to a real head. There is definitely a lot coming into this, so I'm excited to see what can be done. Obviously, Antic R6, Wazoo, Face Cream, River, Owen, and Nasty taking on Dynasty, Zethi, Spruce, Drex, Cyro, and Leb. Now, both teams have been a little bit rough, and Cthulhu, I mean, realistically, we'd have to favor Antic given their recent rise to prominence.
Yeah, absolutely. The recent performances certainly have been introducing quite a number of promises there, a number of possibilities for them to finally reclaim themselves back. But we've been kind of asking ourselves the question whether it's too late for them or if there's still time and effort and possibility to bring this back. Hopefully, well, Antic will be able to show us and give us a really good performance. So far, all of the big expectations have been matched from all the previous matches. Now against Dynasty, I think this is kind of the second hardest matchup that we could find.
Owen, lovely butterfly shirt there for him coming into this competition. Now, we know these guys. We talked to them a bit. This is not their 100% roster. Unfortunately, one of their players is still waiting to turn 18. When that happens, coming into Stage 2, they could be a bit scary. But right now, they're still a fairly competent team. They've picked up some big wins. They got their first OCL win, and they doubled down with another one last week as well. But, I mean, is it enough for them to contest Dynasty today?
There is possibilities, let's just call it that, because given the general kind of outcome, there are still certain implications. There are still quite a number of difficulties, and given that Dynasty has been playing relatively well, decent game, they could still put up quite a great amount of fights, and there's in no shape and form should we completely discount or completely, you know, take away all of the achievements that Dynasty were able to perform. So as long as they are on par for their performance and on par for their mental, I think we might just have quite a heater of a finalizing matchup.
Look, it is always going to be a heater coming into this matchup. Let's dive on into the vetoes, though. We've had a bit of everything tonight. Clubhouse Bank. We've then gone to Cafe Dostoevsky. Where are we going to be heading for our final match? Cthulhu, is it back to base? Is it something new? Well, we'll have to find out when they come up. Honestly, look, before they get there, what do you reckon? What are you hoping for?
I'd rate a skyscraper again. Dynasty seemed to have shown us a pretty decent skyscraper previously, so I wouldn't mind to see yet another repetition from them now in a bit more polished kind of way about it. Apart from that, look, I'm thinking we might just end up reverting back to something like maybe even a villa, maybe something like, again, a repetition of Cafe could be there. Well, as it stands, skyscraper.
Yeah,
Ooh.
you get your wish, Cthulhu. We're heading back to skyscraper. Dynasty. They played it first off earlier in the OCL, of course. Now, though, Dynasty. Obviously, they had the option to go theme park. They didn't want that. They left it down to Antic, forced them into the decision. Villa or theme park, and Antic decided that Villa was not the play.
Yeah, look, understandably so. Villa has been a bit of an unfortunate result. It's been very much back and forth, and certainly a map that they would prefer to, you know, stay as far away as possible. Now, Skyscraper has been seeing quite a number of rather varying results, and for Antic, I think Skyscraper could actually be a decent one, given the fact that Dynasty, look, whilst they did make and put out a win, it was off the back of almost a 7-4 scoreline, if not a 7-5.
Well, take your shoes off. It's time to head inside, grab ourselves some barbecue and tea, and enjoy the karaoke room, Cthulhu. Antic will kick off the attack here on Skyscraper. Dynasty have the defense, and as we kick the op-ban phase off, I mean, this is a map that we know, CQB. It's close quarters combat almost across the entirety of the map. So do we see that deviation again?
Quite possibly, actually, because the way how, even just with the bans things were, it's usually you either bring just a very standardized set of bans like Flores, Thatcher, Valkyrie and Mira, or you go for the target bans. So far, I mean, at least from Dynasty, it doesn't look like it's the way, but maybe the second one will provide it, and it certainly will Finca out of the equation, given though Antic did lean into Finca picks quite a number of times, so it could possibly end up hindering their performance. But in saying that, Dynasty were leaning very heavily, very thoroughly into the SBRN operator, so understandably so, they want to get rid of that.
Well, Valkyrie, understandable, not wanting to let those cameras do work for Dynasty. They don't want that extra information undoing them when they go to the attack. And Mira, understandable. The only real deviation being that Finca.
Yeah, Finca ban, it's one of those that is still relatively, okay to ban out, but it's in a similar kind of way how, say on Cafe you would ban out occasionally a Wamai to throw in a spanner and it works, because it's one of those almost necessary clutches in the current meta that a number of teams do end up using. Wamai himself is a very dangerous operator to play with and play against, and in this case, Finka, the operator that can negate a number of damages that could be taken during some of the early gunfights. Well, with her no longer in the play, it will be a much more scarce kind of turnout for the health pool of the attackers. Whereas on the other hand, for Dynasty, look, they could still on the defense still bring a Thunderbird, get themselves reset on the play, and or from there on, off you go. Now, on the side of Entic, though, real quick highlight. Loving the pick of Osa, by the way, straight off the back from Face Cream. On top of that, Wazoo on Iana. He has been extremely clinical on that operator. Either Iana or Nook has been working out almost perfectly for Wazoo, and as part of Antic could have been big, but I say that. Quite a change. Quite a change in the lineup.
Yes and no. It's something that we've seen him play previously. That's the thing.
Yes.
So it's not completely out of field. But what is out of left field is Owen and his choice to go with the Navy SEAL, the bearded black himself. It's look. He's an absolutely terrifying pick. Now he gets the double claymores, although Owen is not going to be bringing it. It's that shield and the scar instead. I mean, look. I'm intrigued to see how he makes it work.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, River could also absolutely do a huge lot of work, but yeah, I'm very curious how will BB really play out. Spruce already downed. I mean, BB once again working out also perfectly well so far, is doing a great deal of work, and yeah, there's the confirmation. The swing could really be coming around, and this could be dangerous.
Well, there you go. First kill down in a second.
Jesus.
No way! They both swing him. How? Of course it's Owen that makes the Blackbeard work.
Yep. Owen just does it. Just makes it work, and well, it has been so far. Oh, no way. No way Zephy does make it work.
Owen's on for 3, Cthulhu, on Blackbeard, in the Oceanic Challenger League. And well, Zephy's dead, courtesy of Nasty. It's Leb alone to try and clutch up against. This new Antic roster is straight out of a horror movie. They're terrifying.
Indeed, they are. Absolutely stunner of a performance. I mean, look, yeah, this kind of collapse on a map that Dynasty initially preferred. That is a very good sign here, I have to say, from Antic. And once again, yeah, smiles all over the place. It seems that kind of initial bump that they were on for the first half of the season finally has been surpassed. From here on out, they finally are gelling really, really well. And, you know, we were memeing about it, saying, about some of the earlier performances, saying, yeah, the Bear wouldn't have had it. Now this is finally the roster that was expected.
I wonder if this is happening because of Bear. He's gotten all up in face. He's probably hit up face group with the DMs like, yo, nah, we got to change this, boy. It's not happening like this anymore.
Scrape that, yeah. Oh, man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Look, still, only first round, so Dynasty obviously would have plenty of opportunities to, you know, pull a comeback and pull a bit of revenge, but I have to give the props. Yeah, look, I was a little bit skeptical, I'll admit, on both the BB and the shield picks for Wazoo, but yeah, it worked out almost perfectly well. And apart from a couple of almost careless swings, they could honestly afford it at that moment. So, well done, well played. Now they just need to basically repeat this several more times to do it. And on a site with Disco of NT, I reckon we could be in the clear for another triple.
I wouldn't even be surprised was who's going to be sticking out that Monty as well. Look, there's 3 shield operators in play if you want to get technical about it, Cthulhu.
True.
Oh my lord, I never expected this coming into the, you know, penultimate play date. But already Antic are up to antics, it would seem. They want to get themselves in aggressively, look for any sort of momentum. The double claymore coming into play. This time it's for Face Cream on the OCs. Ooh, might be some cheeky bait play coming out. And, oh, the jump in! Face Cream's on the hunt! No. Unfortunately, he loses it to Cyro, but it very nearly went his way.
Absolutely, that could have been absolutely huge. And if he would have made it work, oh man, that could have been absolutely dangerous. No chances whatsoever given, and Cyro's position would have been one of the big ones to start the whole snowball effect yet again.
Oh, it just blows my mind that we are seeing back-to-back rounds with the Blackbeard in play, but it is what it is, and Owen is there on the window, ready to go. We also see Wazoo pushing towards the black stairs, wants to get himself up, but there is a shotgun crouching its way down. It's going to meet the shield. The toxic canister will be used to slow him down. And that is the first of 3 burnt with 1:40 in play.
That's an early burn, something that Spruce obviously would prefer to avoid as much as possible. Interestingly enough, River is actually completely away. Oh, this play. Oh, the buck could absolutely be huge. Indeed it does. Nasty, phenomenal shot onto Drex, I have to say.
That was an angle and a half for him to hit that headshot with literally moments notice is absolutely huge. They spot the shield there for River. Gone 6 there and 2 frag grenades, so they should have the utility to clear it, but the push up, it's aggressive. Oh my lord. Dangerous games being played across the board. Zeth, sticks his head out and gets a shoulder tag. They want to contest him, but they can't do it. Owen as well, providing some distraction from the karaoke window, and Wazoo walking up with the diffuser in hand. There is a lot going into this push.
Surely a frag grenade will about to fly in. Surely that could be the big solution, given that, well, no more of those gas grenades either, so this is problematic. This is an issue. No, River lets it slip, and that is unfortunate. Nasty could get fragged out here. Oh no, oh lordy. No, he actually does get into the safety of it, so look, all over the place. Spruce's own, just an absolute mad rodeo.
Oh, the swing out, the shotgun. Is it going to be good enough? Yes, it is. But look at that, the push up from Nasty. He's not going to be able to find any more. Shut down in his own right, and it's this angle being contested. Wazoo's going to go for the plant. He does have Owen to cover. Spruce is down. Look at that angle, Owen. He's an absolute menace in the server, and the plant is going to be good. The shield is still there. Wazoo in danger. Pistol out. They're going for the revive. Owen, he's found Leb. What is going on? The shield is going to absolutely disrupt. There are no impacts. There is nothing to deny. And Owen, he might need to get into the building. The jump is good. Wazoo pistol. Wazoo might have sealed the deal. Owen's there. Ooh. What is going on?
Owen is just built diff.
Prone to the rescue.
Prone. Oh my goodness, the scar coming in huge there. But I mean, this has been big. That double combination of Wazoo and Owen, the Monty and the Blackbeard on Skyscraper just left me completely speechless. I'll be honest here, Panda. It's antic, just scary.
What? Why is Blackbeard caught in their attack, and why is it working so well? We're going to have to chat with Owen if they win this map and get the lowdown on why that AVCL is such a good pick in the play. But I mean, Dynasty... Look, there's no other way to say it. This is brutal.
Basically, men's got trashed, and, well, trashed rather thoroughly, they did. Something that they probably would have preferred to avoid as much as possible, but look, it is what it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles for them. But look, Antic, oh, just so clean. Funnily enough, well, finally the whole pocket pick is now being completely isolated, and well, instead of BB, it's BB. Never mind. I was just about to say the ace pick could have been big, but no, yeah, we back onto BB.
Oh dear. What timeline are we in?
Here's actually another question here, Panda. How long would it take for Dynasty to start doing runouts onto Blackbeard, given it's literally the same window that he's playing?
Oh, look, I don't think there's enough time in this matchup, of course. This is the redemption arc of the stage. My lord, Cthulhu.
A bomb has been located.
Absolutely massive stuff, and I mean, it's been such a road, such a trudge for Antic right now. You know, you look at the rest of the start of the stage, it's been a long road, and well, you talk about the runouts. There's one. Face Cream looked to get aggressive on the same window, dies, and then posthumously frags out Cyro. So an unfortunate loss for both sides. But I mean, this is the culmination of what has been one of the most painful stages for Antic R6.
Yeah, look, Antic were lost at the beginning, couldn't find their stride, couldn't find their momentum at all, and finally, well, here they are, able to string quite a number of rounds really well, and it has been very much of an upward spiral. Now, this round could be a little bit more problematic purely for the fact that, well, this one, it's a bit of a more of a further extension, and the reclaim of the north balcony could be big. Oh, actually a trade. What?
I think you take that Strex out of the equation. You lose your Blackbeard, but it's not the end of the world. There is a minute 30 in play, and Strex has to be commended for being able to contest that in the dying moments before he was taken out. It's surprising to me, though. Wazoo, who has been religious on this Monty, is still deathless here on Skyscraper.
I mean, we remember the whole big legend of both Hunter and then and Tiltic as well, going absolutely almost deathless, no frags either, and being able to just be that huge catalyst. And Wazoo certainly has been taking quite a number of those lessons as well, it seems, because yeah, this has been so far quite a stark performance, and albeit whilst this round has been a much closer one in being able to trade out a number of things and a number of players, but it still could be very much workable. But 45 seconds remaining, it might get dire pretty quick.
Wazoo just going to tuck in. Oh, that was dangerous. He's isolated Leb here on the hunt. Pistol hit by shots. He's doing it, but nasty there. And he's drawn all the focus. Spruce swings out and will refrag. Unfortunately for Wazoo, dropping the shield, not going to work out for him. Heading into the final 20. I mean, River, this is well and truly achievable right now. Toxic canister, but no. Spruce with the SMG-11. He's crisp, he's clean. He's been in the scene for such a long time. I mean, yeah, look, you were going to have a hard time besting him in a better situation even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those were crisp, clean plays, and knew exactly how to read Antic the moment they kind of started showing signs of pattern. Because, I mean, you look at the way how they've been playing, it's been relatively all, for the majority of it, the same. Apart from the change of the position of Blackbeard, everything else has been pretty same. You get Wazoo, push in, get up in the faces of the opponent, try to isolate and maybe take the gunfight, or just distract them enough to get fragged out by another player. And by this time, you probably already, as a defender, need to start pushing in another defender to just play for that counter pick. And that's where exactly Spruce positioned himself, waited for Wazoo to drop the shield, because he was way more prone to doing so than, say, somebody like Hunter or even Tiltek. And from there on, yeah, look, it's all basically just Antic being read like a book by Dynasty. So a good, or better yet, more so by Spruce rather than Dynasty. And Spruce certainly did deliver on his end of bargain. So far so good, albeit still 1 point disadvantage for Dynasty. Antic still could really push this. As long as they can make it at least 3-3 on the attack on Skyscraper, they're in the clear, they're good. They're solid. But if they flog out and lose out 4-2, it will be obviously a whole lot more difficult. But I think with the way how Dynasty been approaching their attack, at least in the previous iterations of their play on Skyscraper, it could be calling for a number of problems.
Well, I mean, look, it's a promising start from Antic. You know, the follow-up to multiple Playdays where they've had some very impressive success. You can see the extension from Dynasty and Wazoo primed on the shield to try and push on in, and it's enough to deter, you know, this player holding karaoke. They rotate out, Lev getting out of danger, but Zethi with the Nitron to Face Cream, that's big. That's your OCL. Face Cream's having a rough time of it.
Yeah, Face Cream not particularly having a plentiful time, but look, as long as the team can still perform and keep on rolling, that's all that's really being asked for. Owen could really dedicate here as well, and well, as it stands, once again, yeah, Spearhead pushed by the Monty, and you see how just general even presence just forces the rotation, forces the default back onto the side. And Wazoo slowly but surely, I mean, utilizing all those same angles that the defense could use for those, you know, cheeky rat positions, he utilizes those to just, from safety, get rid of all of those pesky passive pieces of utility, and something that is very much well used here.
He's playing a dangerous game, but though they will start to get some of these key positions opened up, and they have a lot of utility in play to make this push successful. He's going to take control of VIP clearance, spots the player on the stairs, had the info onto the shield as well, so you can see Antic looking to recalculate their approach right now, and Wazoo is just feeding info to the team. And with that being opened up and the opportunity onto that VIP wall, they can start to push in a more significant way.
Absolutely. Already quite a fair bit of attention has been given over to Wazoo, and the push could be very much commencing soon with the opening by Hibana as well. The first person that needs to be outed is obviously either the smoke or the alibi, and both of them could be rather dangerous, but with 45 seconds remaining and Owen fallen, this could be problematic.
Nasty gets the kill, so does Owen. Spruce is down, and all of a sudden Antic pivot in a significant way. Just around the corner is one, but Nasty's there! He's gonna look for more, but it's Siren to answer back, but Wazoo! Just when Antic looks like they might let it slip, the team comes back. The hip fire shots, execution style. Antic will extend that lead once again.
Absolutely devastating result there for, well, for Dynasty. Look, they are the ones on the defense, and they're the ones that are being completely flooded by Antic, and I gotta say, we were starting to almost, well, I was personally starting to write Antic off there on that round, given just how slowly they were bleeding, the time bleeding the players. Nah, it did not matter, and it's just been an absolutely clinical play.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
And
bombs as they can.
look, yeah, Dynasty sweating right now. Look, I mean, Antic, almost what felt like their arch nemesis coming into this season, absolutely smacking Dynasty around, and it's been a good showing from Antic overall. I gotta give it to them. This whole new renewed or revived, I guess you could say, roster just been
Bomb located by
playing
attackers.
really well and finally looking like a roster that could contest that top 4 seeding.
Just, it is at that. Antic, I mean, a 3-1 lead, that's, hey, it's good, it's a start, but unfortunately, for Dynasty fans, I get the feeling it is only just starting right now. This is not at all going to be how things end in the half. It will extend, and I think Antic have sort of cracked the code on how to approach Dynasty's defense on Skyscraper. This is truly impressive. You love seeing it from Antic, who for the longest time were locked bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, finally that return to form has been just a genuine pleasure to watch. And no more we have that, you know, the team that is usually kind of getting bullied on. We even have now the bottom of the leaderboard team that unfortunately had a bit of a rough start to the run in the leaderboard. Even they are the ones that do look ready to take on the top 3 teams and give them a run for their money, and a very thorough one, if not a complete loss.
Look at this, Wazoo again, and they don't quite know how to deal with him. Owen there to cover, unfortunately. Siren pivots before he himself
Attackers
falls.
located a bomb.
And with that, the 1-for-1 trade, you take out one of the key pieces to the puzzle. You lose Owen, but it's not the end of the world. That's a big impact and a direct one at that. Zethy trying to hold on, wants to go and charge the shield. He's going to look to dash out, finds 2 of them, but shut down by Zethy. Revenge is there for him, and Nasty with the skeleton key, taking a key out of Chef Jeff's book here, Cthulhu. It doesn't matter what just happened upstairs, we're back into the 2 versus 2.
Oh lordy, oh lordy, oh lordy. 2v2 all of a sudden after such a huge swing that Zethy was able to pull off. All of that progress has been completely negated, and Wazoo though getting completely separated from his teammate Nasty will need to help the shield player very soon, as minute and 10 seconds is approaching. Well, free drop down should be coming in, and so in would come the read, because as funny as it sounds, well, nobody's actually on site, but there is presence on the hatch, I believe, and Leb could be absolutely able to shut things down. The information, you can see the yellow pings coming about. They know exactly where the push is being conducted, and this could be dangerous.
The only problem being there's one toxic canister in play. They just make the pivot. They make the call. They want to go elsewhere. Leb has a great position here to the stairs in the restaurant.
Oh, they don't know.
Things are
Oh, they
through.
don't
The
know.
swing is going to be good. It's down to Wazoo to try and clutch up. Pistol out. He can't do it, unfortunately. But even still, the pivot back from the position they were in to the position they ended the round on was... look, that's got to be concerning for Dynasty.
Yeah. Look, that ability to in a very mobile way to rotate around the position has been definitely a formidable effort. Now, Antic being on 3-pointer now, already feeling rather comfortable in their seat, in their position, it's not a big upset if they do end up concluding this whole half in a 3-3 scoreline. But obviously, and they still very much have that possibility to do so, if they do push into round 7 with a scoreline of 4-2,
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
There's definitely could be a few eyebrows raised against Dynasty, given that, you know, a roster, a very, you know, star-studded roster. I mean, you have Drex, you have Leb, you have Spruce. So, well, you could joke about them being kind of the retirees of OCN, but it's still a very experienced roster. They still have a good knowledge, they still have a good amount of game sense, they still have a good amount of mechanical skill. I mean, you look at Spruce, he's been hitting absolutely stunning shots with the SMG-11. And for Dynasty to kind of end up falling like this apart, look, it more starts begging for a question whether it's, you know, a team issue, whether it's the fact that just Antic upplaying on a whole new level, whether it's maybe the communication / coordination. There could be a plethora of issues really hounding Dynasty, and maybe once Stage 2 comes and if Dynasty do end up making a return, we could be seeing quite a changed roster.
Right around to the half, we go to karaoke in the team room. We see the pivot as well from Wazoo. No longer the Monty right now. It's the Nook instead, and River will pick up the Zofia. So we got the big LMG in play. Owen has played one round this half, not on Blackbeard, and he played Ace. Interesting times here.
Yeah, the moment he played Ace, he just died instantaneously. Back onto BB though, back onto the window congestion. He could be a big annoyance, because I don't think we had a proper direct way of countering that BB, apart from, well, just go out there and shoot him in the face shield and then shoot him in the face again.
The one counter we saw was forced him to come inside, which, I mean, isn't going to work every round.
Yeah, absolutely. I am though curious, how will that whole Nasty and River combo really work out? Plus Wazoo, wait, it just hit me. Wazoo's on the Nook. Wazoo could do a whole lot of good work here, especially with the way how he was able to just slip in into literally every nook and cranny of some of the other maps. Oh, I'm properly excited here.
I mean, it was deadly on R again. Unfortunately, guns not up, allows Cyro to get the best of him. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the showcase here on Skyscraper Cthulhu. Hopes and dreams dash at the end of the day. Shield versus shield warfare. Face Cream and Spruce will be staring each other down. The Nitro is going to be prepared. No, sorry, where am I, Magma? I thought it was the Bandit for a moment there.
Impact still could be used here.
Unfortunately, he's got the prox alarms, I do believe. Yeah, he does, unfortunately. Oh, nasty. That's a hell of an angle. They've taken Geisha almost uncontested, so they've got a long line into Spruce's position. All of a sudden, this setup is incredibly weak, and there are answers to it.
I mean, there's still presence on the Geisha stairs, so it's not like it's been completely forfeited, and the play from down below could be big. As well, vertical presence is going to be rather crucial here, and will need to be very much carefully countered. C4 in the hands of Zephy could still, or rather in the pockets of Zephy, could be rather big here to deny quite a huge position. As it stands though, 30 seconds to go, it's about to be go time.
They're popping open the wall into T as well. Look at the angle, but Drex is going to come out better in that engagement. 3-3 looking the likely result, but Face Cream's in the sight with the opportunity to go for that plant. Player from Drum trying to cut him down. There's not much to do in terms of cover, and Face Cream's going to get aggressive. Loses out to Spruce with the tight angle. The coverage is not quite as clean as it needed to be. It's all down to Owen. It's shut down for a flawless for Dynasty. It looked good. It did. It looked good for a moment, but then it all came apart. A 3-3 scoreline going into the half, but, I mean, again, that was Antic on the attack. We are going to see Coach Prone win in his element on the defense now, and the rest of the team there with him.
Instantly locking in the smoke as well. Shows that he wants that to happen. He wants to find those shotgun kills. And yeah, look, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Not the best, not the worst kind of situation for Antic. Certainly very much workable, and they could still bring that big upset potential. But now for Dynasty, I mean, they've managed to show us a pretty decent attack. And with the lineup that they so far picked, it seems to, well, to some degree mirror the what was Antic bringing, minus the obviously the introduction of Nomad and a full proper, you know, lock-in for Spruce on the Ace with an AK. So apart from that, it's looking to be pretty much similar, or rather in the utility pool. I would assume that the approach would be completely stark different. Drex, though, looking to show essentially Wazoo the ropes of how to actually do that whole flanking business and how to be very much ready to roll. But as it stands,
10 seconds to go.
I think the main idea here is just generally going to be get rid of the whatever breach now that is on the, I believe it's northeast wall by the reception. Make that as an opening and then play around there. Plus maybe push either the drum or geisha and kind of set up the foothold from there.
Interesting. We're seeing a vastly different approach to the map. The aggressive angle from drum into geisha, so they can look to contest just that little bit more. And in fact, you see the spread of Antic and Wazoo as well, Cthulhu. I've just noticed a thing, the M870 thing that is in hand for the bandit.
Absolutely. Looking to be very, very dangerous here. Wazoo could really introduce a lot of problems. Then you look at Drex. I mean, the man being live droned as well on Nook could just has so much potential for the damage that could absolutely just keep on being compounded with basically scot-free results, or rather scot-free return. Dynasty could really emphasize majority of their play. There is even the drone. Oh, there's the peak, completely unaware. River, one-tapped.
Yeah, River's having a rough run of it today. Unfortunately, a little bit uncharacteristic from him, but I mean, it is what it is. It happens. It's not every, peak performance each week. But what they need to do is still muster some sort of resilience, and Wazoo over house stairs. If he could find someone pushing up, Zethi seems to have an idea that there is someone there, and Syra will be on the job to go and confirm. Gemini in, it is spotted, he will clear it out, but he repositions himself up in exhibition. Syra is just on that window. If he could find the pick there onto the Yana, that would be devastating.
Syra has a general idea that there could have been a rotation. Actually, funnily enough, well, the double stun dump is there, but won't be finding anything. So, well, reception and the exhibition, as well as the office, has been given away. But now there's the dragon position. Now the position that will be drawn out rather easily as well. So full confirmation is there, but now it's the play for the reaction.
There's a massive crossfire there. Nasty is just trying to bait shots, and Wazoo waiting for someone to push up. This could be a deadly position if they hold it. Wazoo, it's deep into Dragon. Wazoo should have the angle here. The M870, it's good, and Zethi is dropped like a sack of potatoes. Nitro as well as deterrent. He looks to get aggressive. From long range, it's massive damage onto Syra, but it's not enough for the kill. The stuns will be dumped out. Looking to clear out this shield, and Nasty has to relocate himself. Tucks in by Shrine again. Face cream there in support will take out Spruce. And round by round, moment by moment, it's coming apart. That's two. No, it's going to be a trade in the end with Syro. Leaves it down to Owen with the fadeaway onto Drex. And it was a messy first round, Cthulhu. We know that much, but what a round it was.
What a round indeed. Yeah, look, Nasty on the MP5K has been absolutely stunning during that hold around Dragon area, and basically, well, Dynasty kind of shot themselves in the foot. Not a whole lot of approach there, not a whole lot of pressure either on the side of Geisha, at least from our perspective. No pressure on the windows either. Meant that it was relatively one-dimensional push, and it kind of just, well, almost Antic playing almost like a tower defense game where they knew exactly the route. Now they just needed to position all of the towers, all of the players there, and the rest is history.
I mean, the M870 coming in clutch. I mean, it would have done almost 180 points of health damage that round, which enabled them to come up clutch with the win. And we see them rotating things over. It's going to be an extension up at the second floor. I mean, it's just the amount of buffer that Antic are giving themselves is truly impressive. They want to slow Dynasty, make them work for info, not just the rooms themselves, but the info that allows them to make the push into the room.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, now, with us going to
5
the
seconds left before
exhibition and the museum hold, I'm curious about how will this real play really work out, because I mean, you have the introduction of Warden for Wazoo and an MPX Warden as well, so basically a play for all the smokes. Funnily enough, it's only going to be Drex or Leb to throw either the smokes or the flashbang, so that's the only kind of counterplay here, it seems, but should be just about enough to be that kind of, immovable object once the actual push comes to shove. Apart from that, look for Antic, a slight expansion towards the Dragon. the rest of the team kind of sitting around mostly on side with, I believe, one of the players, and that is Wazoo, I believe, in the master bedroom. So, decent enough and close enough of an expansion. I say that, though, well, the rest of the team also expands over to the kitchen and the drum as well. So, a very wide hold.
Early aggression, River going to be punished a little bit and unfortunately dropped as well, but Owen is there in support. Zethy again just taken down before he can confirm the kill. Truly unfortunate at the end of the day. That should be a pickup as well if they don't waste any time. Cyro dropped by Nasty.
Oh my.
That is absolutely chaotic, and unfortunately Owen will be felled given he was taken down low earlier. But already 2 massive kills. I mean, that's your utility clear and your info gain in Cyro.
That is big. With Zethy and Cyro out of the equation, this will be making things a little bit more difficult now, as long as Antic do acknowledge that which positions have been already completely forfeited. Now, this is going to be the big read which they will need to commit. And right now, oh, pixel perfect hold so far, not overexposing themselves at all. It's either by chance or by good read. Definitely does seem to be doing just about enough amount of work, and missing out on the opportunities. Spruce will be a little bit upset about that result, but still a minute to go, still plenty of opportunities to be taken.
That would have been a kill too, given how low Rivet already is. The missed opportunity in a pretty big way, but look at that. Antic just tucked in corner by corner, waiting for Dynasty to come to them. And while there's no shotgun in play from Owen, unfortunately, they've got some great guns to make it happen. Wazoo's positioning, though, is the one that I'm most intrigued by. If there is a Nitro in play, if it is in the right spot down below, it could completely gut what remaining attack there is for Dynasty to swing. It's going to be good onto River, as it is onto Face Cream as well. Wazoo trying to cover. Nasty falls. It is on Wazoo, unfortunately. Nitro on the door. He's shut down. Dynasty will equalize. And again, a bit of a messy end of the round, but there was glowing signs there for both teams.
Yeah, Antic got caught a little bit flustered, and it kind of starts slowly leaning into just the underperformance of a couple of players from the Antic roster, who, if there would have been the big performance, this would have been a completely different, scoreline as well, because River usually could perform a number of great feats. Unfortunately, just it seems either the skyscraper itself not particularly really working out quite well, or maybe it's just the River or, well, Antic roster kind of end up being got flustered whenever those last moment collapses do start to come around, or when the rapid double kill do come out, and just it's the overflow and overflood of the communications that starts coming in. So I could certainly see the nerves starting to kick in there, especially by the end of the last round for Wazoo. It's just unfortunately the man couldn't really find the right comfortable position to really play around.
I mean, it's just the unfortunate chaotic nature of Siege. Things can literally pivot on a dime. You can see a 3K happen that changes the round up entirely in a matter of seconds. But they are going to head exhibition office. They look to double down here once again. And the initial stages of that defense were promising. They really did. Antic showed a massive defense. But unfortunately, it turned and was changed up pretty quickly in the last half of the round.
Oh. As it stands, very close, very tenuous battle for our final one as well. I mean, it's been a while since we had all of our matches for OCL Playday to be pretty close and still very much impactful. This could be big. The position over by the window. There it is. Oh, and that's a down. Zethy, good night.
We didn't even need to see it. We know exactly what happened. The window punch, absolutely pumped and then finished off. This is Owen. I mean, this is just Owen. The ingenuity, I suppose, the best way to describe it. The innovation that he has shown as a coach and now as a player is really remarkable. He has been integral to Antic's rise to prowess.
Indeed. Prowess indeed yet to be shown. Cyro expecting a number of wall bangs, but as it stands, it's only that whole motion sensor is only showing just the signs that there is a push in T about to come about. Wazoo, meanwhile, off screen gets the better of Leb. Now that is your passive flank watch completely out and done, which leaves all down to Spruce, Cyro, and Drex to do the work. But they are the players that could really pull in all the numbers.
Look, all I can say is hello and welcome to the Oceanic Challenger League, or as we like to call it, you know, how hard can we make Sky's job this week? It's honestly, like, the chaotic nature of this competition, sometimes you just don't get the opportunity to see frags at all, and unfortunately, Wazoo's not going to see Drex swinging. The drone, just in the right place at the right time, gives them the information to shut that push down. It does come at the cost of a significant portion of Drex's health, though.
Oh well. Drex not particularly feeling too hot there on that performance. Wants to find some sort of redemption here with the F2. That is a hell of an angle that could be held, and obviously the Traces will be confirming that better not pick there, better not swing there. And well, for Antic, they're back into their usual kind of mode, is just go passive, wait for them to push, and that is exactly what they're looking to do. With 40 seconds remaining, it's Dynasty to actually make a move.
Yeah, and it's exactly how Antic played it last round, of course, you remember, but it didn't quite play out the way they wanted to. They lost players, they were low on health, and it all just sort of fell apart. The Nitro rip, Antic going to take even more damage. River in a bit of trouble, but we'll back off for now. We head to the final 20, and they are really struggling to clear out this utility. Spruce crouching on through, sprayed at. It's Cyber to find River, shut him down the swing. The angle's not there, face cream for one, but again, it's traded back almost immediately. 2 versus 2, make that 2 versus 1. As Coach Fronewin is on the job, Cyro locked out, needs the diffuser, has to get in. He's not going to have time here, Cthulhu. They can just bait, they can wait, and Owen finds the closing 2, showcasing what he is capable of on the SAS operator. And what a round for Antic to take. I mean, they are just playing the game the way it was meant to be played.
Well, Antic, once again, back into the lead by 1 point, so still plenty of opportunities to keep on pushing for this. 2 rounds away from finding themselves that 3-pointer, and this could be actually the big one, I believe, Panda, given that, well, this will be the much-needed propellant for Antic to finally get themselves out of the gutter of the bottom of the leaderboard.
Not to mention, this I think would be the round that breaks Dynasty's spirit, of course. If Antic push onto map point here, there is no reason why at all they should miss out on closing the map entirely. Wazoo back with the M870. We've already seen what he can do with it, and I mean, when you've got a IGL like Owen in your team, the man, the maestro, the myth, the legend of the shotgun play, and well, one who is also in tune with the floor below him, there is just chaos that can ensue.
So here's a funny numbers game for you, Panda. So if Antic win this out, 3-pointer, you know, regular rounds,
Yeah.
they actually surpass Dynasty, push themselves into 6th place from 8th.
Wow.
Pushing Dynasty into the 7th, Altered Zeal is at the bottom of the leaderboard. But if Dynasty push this to OT, no matter what the outcome, Dynasty on top.
So Antic, they don't want to mess around. They don't want to risk overtime. They just want to take the win here, and well, they're 2 rounds away from making it happen. Karaoke and Tea Room, Spruce as well, bringing out the Monty. They pair it with Zesty's Osa. They do have Nitros on board for Antic, though, so they have ways to deal with it. But, I mean, I still would argue that those aren't either of the biggest threats. It's here on our screen, Cyro, that has been the biggest threat to Antic's R6.
Absolutely, the man has been an absolute menace.
Located a bomb.
Understandably so, he's been just doing huge amount of work. But I mean, you look at the other scoreline. I mean, Drex is still on a 9, Spruce is on an 8, Slibber on a 6. So it's overall bar Zephy. It's all been a pretty stable performance from the whole squad. So as it stands, look, Dynasty overall could do quite a number of beatings really here on Antic, as long as, well, obviously it's a coordinated push. Blind comes, and well, presence on the window is finally there, the one that we've been talking about, that Dynasty didn't really bring out. So with Cyro now tagged up to all hell, well, Frag Grenade about to come in, and this could be a big damaging one.
But it's the vert angles that are being contested here. Cyro's, yeah, like I said, so incredibly low. He's just going to tuck in with the shield, takes a bit of chip damage. He's not locked in, he's not secured. It's that rotate there that could be his undoing, depending on what utility is available. Not to mention that long angle should Zethi look to get contested on. There is just so... This is such a fragile round for Dynasty.
Absolutely. exactly. I mean, look at the sheer bleed of the damage, and Owen gets the better of Spruce. This is already such a damaging round, and it's such a costly one as it is.
Leb gonna find it back at Owen's head, but River finds a key kill in the round. Drex there as well to bring it back 3 versus 3. Face screen.
Though.
This is a big position for both teams to be in. This, like I said, fragility of the round is just beyond belief right now. Nasty and Geisha is going to be integral if they can find the Zethi is on the plant. Face screen swinging in. That's a big kill. That Strex down. Zethi has to relocate. He can't commit the plant just yet on the chassis. River, he's in trouble. He will be fragged out, and it's Face Cream, unfortunately, the fall next. Oh, Nasty, you need to hit your shots, man. Going into the final 25, though, it's a 1 versus 1 effectively as the plant is going down. The shield is there. He's trying to bait the shots. He's going to get the down. He's going to go for the pre-fire. The 1 versus 1 here, Cthulhu. If Antic win this, they are on map point. If they lose, we're evened up at 5-5. Nasty looking to play some cheeky little angles, but no, he over-aggresses across the hallway. Wants to get a better angle and is punished for it. Dynasty will equalize.
Well, that's quite a turnaround here, I have to say. But look, you can see quite a number of frustrations starting to mount up. I mean, even on Spruce's face, usually he's the man to kind of laugh in the face of all the danger and all the problems. He's looking very much concerned, and with Dynasty being that close to being pulled apart, maybe an idea of just needing to stop even allowing Skyscraper to slip through might start being on the board.
Oh boy! 5-5, we're guaranteed full regulation here, Cthulhu. Antic, head to karaoke, and T once again. No Monty in play this time around. They still have the OSA, but it is, again, a bit of a pivot, bit of a change-up. Yeah.
I have a funny for you.
What is the funny?
Remember how midway through the season we were talking that we had multiple different tiebreakers and how we wish we could have, escaped them?
Oh boy, another tiebreaker?
So we currently have tiebreaker for the second place between Circular Spheres and Warriors, both sitting on 11 points, right?
Yeah.
We're currently about to have, if Dynasty do win the South, that is, in regular rounds, we're about to have a tiebreaker between themselves and 1620
10
Kings
seconds to go.
Oh boy.
for the 4th place.
5 seconds left.
Jesus. This. Oh, look. Stage 1 has been a hell of a stage. It's paid out already.
I absolutely love it, actually. The fact that we don't, well, apart from maybe Kraken, we don't per se have, the big Goliath players and big Goliath teams. It's always about how they feeling on the day, how has been the recent performance, and whether it's been kind of on the rise. And if the general kind of trend there is, look, you could trust in the process, you could trust that the team would be able to, win it out. But if it's been very much shaky, look, that kind of, I guess you could call it fragility or maybe volatility of their position, certainly been a very entertaining part of the whole season.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. But right here in the 11th, I mean, whoever wins this pushes onto map point first. The other team then has to try and drag it back to OC. If you're Antic, you don't want that to happen. You want to close it out here. You want to close it out in the next 2. You don't want to chance it over time. You want to shut down Dynasty. But for Dynasty, I mean, that last round, it scraped so close to the wire that there was every chance it would have gone the other way.
Well, speaking about going any other way, Cyro is just hounding Antic for all the frags as Nasty does go down. This is looking like finally Nasty is about to reclaim, or not Nasty, pardon me, Dynasty about to reclaim the point advantage, and maybe a little bit over too early of a call, given that we did see Antic come back from the numbers disadvantage.
4 players still in. They want to hold on. They want to hold fast in the face of this overwhelming
Bomb
threat.
located by attackers.
Opening into Geisha is available. Dynasty will claymore it off and up to go a different path instead. Rex, I mean, has an inkling that someone's in Geisha, which is probably not the worst thought to be had. There's just, again, so much tenacity on both teams that this could go either way. And
Oy. Big results. That C4 is absolutely going to be massive. Getting rid of Zethi as well will be big. Equalizes the round count. The player count With 14 seconds remaining, oh, this could get a little bit dicey here for Dynasty's attack.
River taken out. The push into Geisha is going to be complete, but do they have information on anyone else that might be lurking around? Wazoo just tickled on the toes by the frag grenade. Drax does, you know, this player in the corner, he gets the kill on the face cream, and all of a sudden this is looking less and less like it's going to be Antic bouncing back. Wazoo, big kill on Desiro, 3 versus 2, make that a 3 versus 1, and it's down to Coach Owen. That's the first. What more can he find? Player in close left, he looks for the head. That's big damage. Toxic canister to try and cover, but there's only 7 seconds left in the round. He's going to relocate into karaoke. Needs an angle, needs an opening. Does he spot anything? No, unfortunately. Just crouch walking across. He spots something, but it's not enough. Free fire's not good, and Dynasty will achieve map point first. For Cthulhu, there's still 1 round remaining, and we could still go to overtime.
Yeah. Look, finally a sigh of relief for Dynasty, and you can see the frustration still mounting, and you know all the still concerns that Dynasty could really miss out on that opportunity, on missing out on that 4th place contention even. But with unfortunately the way how things been going for Antic, it kind of went from an upward spiral to now a downward spiral, and kind of just unable to find that actual proper closure. And those early frags, they need to be going into the hands of Antic for them to have a decently good chance to deny Dynasty any further points. But as I say that, look, I mean, match point already. If we do go into OT and Antic end up losing, oddly enough, I believe they win a tiebreaker against Altered Zelius.
Not bad at the end of the day, but I mean, right now the biggest hurdle is to get onto OT. That's where you want to be right now. Setup, it's going to be Office and Exhibition, of course. Owen 15 and 8. And if he does push... Oh, look, Cthulhu. It just occurred to me. He needs 6 kills to break the record that we set tonight. And if we go to overtime, there's another 3 rounds in play.
5 seconds to go.
Do we see the record? Broken twice in one night.
Poor Testa.
Attacker's objective is to locate
Poor
a bomb
Testa,
and defuse it.
who's already celebrating on socials that, yeah, finally set the kill record, about possibly to be dethroned. That would be annoying. That would be frustrating. But at the same time, a phenomenal another showcase, really, by a number of players.
No, Zethy's already been tagged, so like the footwork's there. All Owen needs to do is show up, and he could probably get that kill.
Basically. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up doing it pretty well, given the, you know, so far his performance has been actually quite stellar, but G11 could be a bit of a difficult one, especially to go in quick burst against the rather fast peaking Dynasty players, so not the most easiest kind of task on his hands, but look, still very much doable. Antic though will need to keep holding their position. Good opener and good night, River. Dynasty looking very sharp, and they obviously want to close it all out in the regular rounds.
Yeah, River. It's just, it sucks. It sucks to see him struggling so much in this matchup. The wall being opened up. Karaoke and T both getting a bit dangerous, nasty. Just skating out of danger as the pings were coming on through for his position. But look at this. Face cream with another massive nitro cell onto Spruce, but it's a Wazoo potentially in position to flank. Nasty almost obliterated out of the round. What info is there is the question. And Wazoo, this position is going to be huge. Here's the Gemini, goes for the swing. No, unfortunately, tucked in around the corner. Means he can't confirm the kill. We'll back off for the moment and look to be in uses later in the round.
Oh, surprised that Zethy didn't find the position, given he had the vertical opening there to shut down the rotation, but maybe didn't really read into that or didn't give the call to watch that rotation. Either way, regardless, still workable situation, workable position, but 55 seconds remaining. Dynasty are once again putting themselves in a very straining position where they have to either full send or not, and with Leb going down, oh my, this could be big.
That is absolutely massive. You look at Zethy and Syro, they're both incredibly low. Drex is not even in a position where he can really get up there and contest! And Wazoo's found him too! It's all come apart in the last regulation round. It's Zethy alone. We are looking to go to OT. The impact nade play towards his position on Shrine. Zethy, I mean, look, you got 24 seconds, mate. You got to make something happen. We know we're going to overtime, Cthulhu, on Skyscraper of all maps.
Yeah, look, this is pretty much evident here. Antic are not ready to completely go quiet into the night, and oh my goodness. Just so damn scary, but as it stands, there we go. Face Cream does finally line up the final killing shot. Yes, we are in fact going OT, and oh my, oh my.
Orchid fight, it's deadly, baby. But look, look at the faces. Considering where these guys started their stage, Cthulhu, in fact, considering where they were not 2 weeks ago, this is a massive performance for them, and one that they are not taking lightly. We now head into overtime. It will be Antic starting off with the defense. They get 2 defense rounds. Do they have what it takes?
Quite possibly. Look, I mean, the cool thing is here, so Antic, if they even score OT win, 2 points, that already surpasses all Tazelius, right? And pushes us to a 6-pointer. So then, basically, Antic are left uncontested, no tiebreakers, nada. It's 9 Dynasty and LF4 in a tiebreaker for 7 points. If then Antic do win out because their last opponents are Circular Spheres, which is going to be still a very much of an uphill battle, if Antic put on their best show, they could then propel themselves almost to the 4th position. That is, if neither LF4 nor Dynasty nor 1620 Kings will score any points.
10 seconds to insertion.
So I mean, there's still a good position for that bit of a redemption arc, because as long as they make 5th position, they make at least some sort of money.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I mean,
Plus the seating is nice.
Yeah, look, better seating is always nice, but I think at the end of the day, I don't even know if this is about seating or prize money at the end of the day. There is a lot that comes in this match that, I mean, it is what it is. Coming to this match, the stakes were reasonably high, personally, not just professionally. Wazoo on the Cav could be just that extra nail in the coffin to upset Dynasty's
Located
attack.
by attackers.
Oh boy. If that Cav works out, I will be very much surprised. I'll be genuinely honest here, Panda. But, I mean, not the worst kind of play. I mean, we've seen in a number of other, leagues and number of other regions, the Cav to actually work out pretty well. I mean, even IG during the Operation League on a number of times did bring in the Cav, and it kind of worked out whenever she's being the one supported and being kind of fed the information whom to isolate. So, worth a shot, I suppose.
Scans coming in. Sahara wants to clear the Saria gate. Doesn't quite know what he can do to make that happen. If he gets caught with an aid in hand, that would be absolutely devastating. But he's going to hold fast for now. Wants some support before he does go for the opener. And you can see already Nasty was hunting for it. It's going to be the tag up. Nasty would have heard the audio cue. Nasty should swing, and he's going to find the head of Spruce. Absolute haircut moment. And Cyro finds himself less with friends in hand. Zeti will answer back with a kill onto Owen, but such a significant portion of his health. And Wazoo still this unknown factor in the round.
I wonder where Wazoo is, because he could be the big upset maker. With Nasty's position now being scouted out, a simple pre-fire through the soft wall by Zeti could be very much the end of it.
No.
And there's the position. Nasty actually gets the better of Cyro as well. This could be big, and yeah, if Wazoo actually now later down the line gets the flank on whoever's about to rappel into this East Garden balcony, Drex could be in a whole lot of trouble.
I don't even know if they're going to get the chance, if we're being perfectly honest, Cthulhu. I don't think they're going to get the chance to get in. Lev will find the kill on the Nasty, brings it back to a 3-3. But you look at Zeti's health, it's not the greatest at the moment. Drex is going to have to do a lot of work with Lev beside him. Oh, look at him, look at him. Wazoo's on the other side of the wall. Drex needs to hit his shots on this one. That is a hell of a cheeky little angle. Lev with a big kill. Onto River. And we find ourselves low. Wazoo, he's going to get one, but it's only the one. It's Zeti there with Drex to try and make it work. Face Cream, that's the down. He needs one more.
big.
One more. He's looking for it. Drex is low. There's nothing to pick up. Zeti and Face Cream. How has he pulled it off?
Oh my goodness. There it is. Face Cream just plays and jiggles around the whole chassis, and my goodness, it is just inching away from death, and Antic in the lead on OT. Need one more round, Panda, and they're the ones going on the attack, and their attack has been actually pretty decently well paced. And in this kind of lineup, well, actually, wait, why is Owen bringing in Osa? Hold on. Wait, no, that's a different lineup.
I mean, to be fair, look, there's still attack repick potential for every single member of this team, but I think Wazoo, we know, is going to stick that out. But Cthulhu,
Attackers
Antic are
locate
one
and
round
defuse
away
as
from
many
winning this
bombs as
again.
they can.
This is the best chance they've had to win the entire match so far. Owen, unfortunately, is no closer to that 20 bomb. Not for lack of trying, man.
Yeah, for the fact that it's been just a different turnout for the rest of the team. It is kind of funny that Owen is yet to score any more frags apart from his already previously gained 15. But look, this setup could be big. The sheer amount of utility for information gathering is big. Now, main question is how well will Drex hold on to this position? Because previously it would be Spruce, obviously holding on to just outside of Disco, and I'm assuming that's where his position will be. Cyro on this very spot, where the ballistic shield is, has been able to consistently acquire those opening frags because he is the one that's being attempted to be pushed off a surprise kind of utility use, and every time he was like a unstoppable wall, and it seems like, well, this round will be no difference.
I bet I'm keen to see what Nasty does. He's whipping it out. He's got, you know, he's got the convertible in, bringing the Ash into play. But already they're looking to clear out this utility and try and make those inroads into the building. There is a single nitro cell for Leb, which is probably going to be the best shot they have outside of the toxic canisters to deal with Wazoo on this Monty. But look down below, Drex on the roam into house, trying to be a nuisance. So they put the player in drum. Nasty gets tagged, the pistol out. Deathy cops a hip-fire shot, and they do just force him out of the angle, face cream to fall. Drex, we talked about the flank potential of him, and he's taken down the hard breach into the fuse.
That's been a big whole storyline in general for Drex. The moment he's being given the ground to move around the map and to find kind of in a free flow his frags and his openings, this has been a big performance. Now Owen needs to nail his shots. He needs to get the better of Cyro, and he certainly does. That's a huge opener, but still Drex is being left as an unsolved mystery.
It's like the fourth time Owen is like curved the bullet wanted style around something that shouldn't be shot through. That's big. Yeah, Drex, he's looking to come up the restaurant stairs now. Wazoo could spot him in a moment as he turns his shoulder. Information was there, so they have to know that Drex is just primed just around the corner on the stairs, and Owen might just go hunting for it. He decides not to drop down, but he does have the shield that he could put to work. You're not sure that they can go for it safely, though.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh, man. Oh,
Attackers
man.
have recovered their diffuser.
Owen possibly could find the actual opening with River getting the better of Drex as well. That's the flanker gone. That's the flank and push over to the stairs. Antic have the setup for the push. Oh, no, River, don't flog this, don't flog this, don't flog this. And no, he nearly flogged it, but Spruce is out of the equation. 2v3. This could be the win.
Leb's in danger, so is Zethi. The shield there. It's gonna be Wazoo with the kill onto Zethi, and Antic rise above and take down Dynasty.
The redemption arc. Panda, Wazoo, and Co have finally done it. And Antic finally pulled themselves out of the bottom of the leaderboard.
What a map. What? I don't know how Owen isn't MVP either. I think it was Wazoo and the Bloods. 17 and 10. Look at the numbers across the board. Antic came to play today, and they played the game of their stage.
Perfection. Look, it was a tenuous game. It was a difficult one. But Antic, return to form is certainly upon us. Well done, and yeah, well played.
Oh, look, it was just a hell of a play day on the whole, and to cap it up with that, oh, just beautiful. at the end of the day. You love good siege, especially when it all comes together like that. But yeah, look, it makes the standings interesting. That's not really the issue. We love good siege.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, this was a prime time siege, and both teams played absolutely amazingly. But look, at the end of the day, only one winner could have been picked out of this one, and Antic, they just absolutely annihilated by the conclusion. That final round, the way how they managed to initially gauge that whole momentum, and then the moment they got rid of Drex, it basically crippled Dynasty, and well, to no avail.
Look, let's get him in, Cthulhu. It's Face Cream from Antic R6 to come in for a chat. And oh boy, it's been a long road to get there. Unfortunately, we can't see it right now. Hopefully that'll sort itself out in just a mo when we get there. But Face Cream, look, congratulations, you take down Dynasty. There was so much setup coming into this matchup, not just on the field, but off the field. How does it feel? All the work, all the hard yards you guys have been putting in to pick up that win.
It's all on going 17-10, mate. That's what it is. No, it's good. It was a good game. It's nice to play Skyscraper and play something different. So yeah, it was good.
Speaking of Skyscraper, I mean, was it a part of the plan for you guys to play it out against Dynasty, and was it previously practiced, or was it kind of just picked on a whim kind of deal?
Well, I mean, we've been trying to play those 3 new maps since they've been put in, but everyone just kept. It was always every game before this. It was kind of always their first 3 bans, so we scrimmed them a lot, and we just enjoy playing them, especially Skyscraper. It seems like a really good good map when you've got a good flow on. So figured it would suit our playstyle, and well. Yeah, no, it did. Yeah, good movie too.
Yeah, look, you guys made it look like a good movie, but. Look, talk me through a particular member of your team, one that also did go 17 and 10 or whatever, and his core attacking pick throughout the entire of your attacking half, the Blackbeard. Is that something you guys are working hard to integrate into the roster?
He just seems to work on Skyscraper no matter where he ends up, you know, and that top black tape where you just go real direct, man. People just feed him on that, so he was hell of a excited to play that when he saw Skyscraper was up. But just Owen makes it work. He's a weirdo and he makes a weird op work.
Yeah, look, the drop shot with the with the Blackbeard was a hell of a way to close out the round. He really had us there for a moment. But look, Face, it's always great having you here in the interview booth. Before we let you head off, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Just the boys. Like, just continuing to enjoy playing with each other regardless of the result. I think that says a lot for how much we care about each other. So it's been nice to spend the season with them regardless of the result. So, thanks to them.
No, it's taken a while, but the results, they're coming. You guys have had some big wins over the last couple of weeks. But look, we'll let you head off and celebrate a massively earned victory. And we look forward to seeing you again potentially next week. Cthulhu, my God, what a way to close out the penultimate play day of the stage. Overtime on Skyscraper, and one that came down to the wire.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely a pleasure to watch how it all unraveled. And look, it's nice to see that, you know, teams starting to finally practice those 3 new freshly added maps. Skyscraper, as much as I originally hated it, I think it started to growing onto me.
Look, I think I could, you know, speak for both of us here. It's better to cast than it is necessarily to play. But let's have a look at our results for this evening, Cthulhu, and see how our 4 matches played out. 4 big matches. The first one, Circular Spheres take down Alter Zelios 7-3. Match 2 was a bit of an upset. Vodafone Warriors dethroned Kraken Esports Club, but unfortunately not in a way that guarantees them that shot in the final week of promotions. Kraken still locked in there at first. 16-20 Kings take down LF Woe. And the upset of all upsets, Antic R6 carry on their momentous rise to take down Dynasty in overtime.
Yeah, look, a number of games that I didn't expect how they would go. And probably the biggest upset being, the Vodafone Warriors getting the better of Kraken. But for Kraken, like you mentioned right at the beginning of that matchup, they only needed basically just an OT no matter what. And, they got it. So, honestly, well done, well played. We still got Kraken locked in. And Well, maybe next time we see Kraken, maybe prior to that next matchup, I'll need to send over the alarm clock to Tiltec to start waking up way earlier before the matches.
Well, let's have a look at the standings and see how things are locked in at the end of Playday 6 and get it set in stone. And there you have it. 5 points above anyone else in the ladder, in the maximum of 3 potentially available. Kraken, they are locked in for promos, and they are locked in at first on the leaderboard, tied for second, Vodafone Warriors and Circular Spheres on 11. That's going to be a bit of a dash to the finish line. 1620 Kings on 9, Dynasty and LFWO on 7. Antic jumped the leaderboard with 6 and surpass Altered Celios, and we could see a massive shift in the final week of Play, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of shifts to be done. There's still unsolved tiebreaker as well. So look, I'm looking forward to the final week of OCL Stage 1.
I mean, look, it has given us some amazing siege so far, and look, I have no doubt that our final play day will be anything short of that as well. I mean, you look at how far we've come from last year, the beginning of last year. I mean, Jeff, back on Swingsman, they then disbanded and sort of just spread themselves through the ethos, and Skyfire, the team that almost won overt, names that are no longer with us, but have left their mark on the Oceanic Challenger League. And I mean, I think we've seen about everything you can see going into our final play day next week. But is there anything more you want to see?
Look, I just want to see, you know, the conclusion to some of the storylines. I want to see what will Antic be able to bring out, given that they've kind of said that they, you know, they're in to play for fun. They want, as long as they're enjoying the game, as long as they're dedicating the time, they still have the opportunity to wedge themselves out of the bottom end of the leaderboard. And certainly they've already been showing that they can put up a phenomenal performance on the side of Circular Spheres and Warriors. I'm curious about that whole derby and how will, at least points wise, who will be able to fare better. But honestly, this is the first time that in stage of OCL, we finally have a nice kind of almost a group of teams that we know could perform, but there's still so much more potential that is still yet to be tapped into.
Well, in terms of that potential, we'll have to wait until next week to see more of it. But Cthulhu, it's not the end of ANZ Siege this week. We've got APAC playoffs tomorrow. We've got OCN on Friday to close out their stage, and then we bring in the tail end, close it out next Tuesday. And until then, we'll see you. Have a good one, folks.
She's playing ice cold.